Welcome back to day 5 of Blockchain Community Day 2025. Our final day, hate to say this, themed Future Frontiers. Today we'll explore the cutting-edge technologies, innovations shaping the next generation of Web3, AI, and decentralized technologies. Before we dive in, engagement reminder. Guys, do not miss our live quests and quizzes. Participate for a chance to win Netflix subscriptions, Spotify Premium, and Amazon gift cards, and many more. We already have happy winners in the chat. And yeah, guys, keep your eye out with hidden secret words in the presentation slides from day 1 to day 4. Be the first one to find them and claim your reward. Okay. And now, kicking off day 5, please welcome Mahdi, who will share his expertise on Ignite Your Community, event management strategies with Onton. We all use this platform. You can get your SBTs for the Blockchain Community Day conference there, by the way. And yeah, if you're looking to build vibrant, engaged communities, this session is for you. Let's give a warm welcome to Mahdi. Sorry, Mahdi, I think your microphone is not working.
Hear me? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Hello, Farouk. Hello, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity, and I'm happy to be with you. So, I'm Mahdi from Onton. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit down, and maybe I have some connection problems. Our country has been like under attack today, Iran, and lots of like civilians and military commanders have been killed like by Israel. So we're officially at war, and this is like very shocking for me. But I've decided to join this session and talk about Onton because basically I believe in the blockchain technology that actually form a peaceful future for the world. So Onton actually is the event and reputation layer Onton. And can I like change the slide, or how should I change the slide? Farouk, I don't know. Is there any control here?
You can tell me when to switch the slides.
Okay,
No problem.
you can go to the next slide. So actually, we face this problem in the tone ecosystem, basically a fragmented ecosystem. So like missing infrastructure for like meaningful participation coordination, and also there were lots of, and there is still lots of like bots. So like there's not like cyber resistance protocols, and there haven't been any event system on Tone when it started. And then as like for the projects to launch their the projects build their communities, we've had some like few uh, platforms, but not something that actually works pretty well. So can you go forward? So we've started with Onton, and actually Onton now like has like a 3-layer system. So the first layer is the event layer. So when you're talking about event, you can think about any kind of activity that can like gather people at some sort of participation happen. So it could be like workshops, conferences, offline events, online events, even game tournaments, even different kinds of like activities that like that people can just participate and contribute, and so create value for people, right? So this is the events layer, and then the reputation layer. So when people joining an activity, like participating in some sort of activity in Web3, like Web3 is based on like people, right? So the like wallets, so and like decentralized identity. So with reputation layer, we are like providing an infrastructure to give away soulbound tokens based on this participation and contribution to the users. So soulbound tokens, and then the soulbound tokens based on the level of the activity and different factors of the activity have like different kinds of Onton points, and then users who actually collect these Onton points can get their airdrop. So when we come with the capital layer, so with the capital layer in any kind of like Web3 project, so you have a product and you have a community. So you need your community to be activated. So you need a community, like a very, very active community, that people not only looking for airdrops, but actually participating and doing activities and engaging with your community and do things that you want to do. So basically this incentivization model, like keep them engaged, but basically you have if you want to be sustainable, you should like design this basically value creation cycles so that you can just bring people in, give them value, then they will stay in your platform and like produce value and move forward. So with Onton, basically we are providing all of these layers, all of these like infrastructures for like projects, communities who want to actually utilize this infrastructure, and everything is based on Telegram Messenger and the Tone, the open network blockchain. So, so to be specific, we are like having tickets in the event layer, like utilizing the NFTs as tickets. So you can have like NFT tickets. These NFT tickets could be sold or transferred or put on auction. It's like an on-chain asset. And then also these soulbound tokens that I've told you as like a proof of attendance or proof of participation distributed to the participants and contributors of the events, also on Tone blockchain. So if you can go forward, maybe. Yeah, so the product, actually we have the event infra, we have the reputation system, we have the monetization, so like infrastructure based, and we have like our developer tools and APIs. So different projects, different games, different apps can use our APIs to get integrated, distribute NFTs, SPTs, like use our infrastructure, our event and reputation layer, and later on the capital layer inside their own basically a product or community or platform, and then different kinds of like customized NFT campaigns that based with our NFT actually campaign engine we can deliver to different projects. So can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. This is a very like short view of like some of the like UI sketches of the Onton, but it's like a very, very big project, big product with different scenarios, different use interfaces that I think you can maybe check the bot later, maybe participate in some events, and then maybe organize some events. So if you can go forward, I can tell you more about like our like traction. So we were like we've started about like a year ago, like May 2024. So far, we have about 900,000 users, and then more than 140,000 uh, ton, like sales volume, like NFTs and tickets, and more than 2,000 actually events hosted on Onton by 300 organizers around the globe. So we've distributed about 12 million SPTs on the Ton blockchain. So we are the biggest SPT issuer among all the projects on Ton. We are the biggest number one SPT issuer on Ton now, and like we have like plus 60k thousand, and all of this have been like created organically without any marketing budget or anything. And if you can go forward, I can tell you maybe a little bit about some actual use cases. So we've hosted the biggest conference on the Tone ecosystem, the Gateway Conference in Dubai, like November in 2024. And also we've hosted lots of other like online and offline events, different kinds of like AMA sessions, like games, tournaments. We've implemented the Olympics infrastructure to be able to deliver like different kinds of like play to win games. Also integrated with different projects like Tone Fest, NFC Summit, and lots of other organizers created interesting and exciting activities on Onton. So we are basically a place that give the creators, the communities, the projects the possibility to um, create different kinds of activities and engage their communities, and also bring more user to their community. So acquisition and engagement of the community. So everything is actually around the community. If you can go forward. So about revenue models is like the event based, and also like we are offering some B2B services, and we are activating the capital gain like to just offer this basic infrastructure services to projects to be able to let them to raise or sell NFT tickets or any kind of like fundraising basically, or airdrop campaign. Okay, so we can go forward. I'm telling you a little bit about the Onion. So our token name called Onion. So we are like developing this token, and it's not yet like launched. So the TGE would be in the following 2-3 weeks. Now we are in the snapshot session. The snapshot time has been passed. It was 13th of May, and now all of the users who are eligible, like 250,000 users almost, are eligible to get the airdrop because they've like collected the SBTs during the past year, and also like purchased different tickets, these Genesis NFT onions um, collection, and then we are giving to give them the airdrop, and now is the time for them to claim and reserve their token, so that we can just after the TG we can drop them their tokens. And we have like tokenomics. We don't have any on like a TG for the team, and there are a few other things happening now. We've started to like cooperation with like the second biggest SBT issuer on the Ton ecosystem, T-Book, and that's news that we've like announced 3 days ago. But more news to come. So we are just aligning our forces and joining our forces together to actually create a success story in doing a fair launch and like a successful TGE for Onion ecosystem. So if you can go forward. Mhm. Yeah, the utility of the Onion token. So basically, this is a utility and governance token for the entire Onton ecosystem. So participating in events, like some discounts in events, and like staking yield, and then like access token gated events, also earning the airdrops, and also the most important part, the governance for the Onion versus DAO. So basically, we are forming a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization that like gradually we are going to give away all of these like decision making powers to the community, but now it's just working smoothly move forward. But basically the plan here is to let the community be the real owners of this platform, and then let's say the community create events, the community participate in events, the best events with the highest value, let's say get the most rewards, and this like mechanics and dynamics will move forward to be able to create a solid and sustainable ecosystem. So yeah, the roadmap we can pass maybe because this is all already happened most of it, and I think that's it with my presentation. I think the last slide is irrelevant because it's about like some sort of fundraising. But at the end of my presentation, actually, I want to once more uh, put this into focus that basically the decentralized technology uh, the blockchain technology. In my perspective, and in many other like blockchain technology enthusiasts, is a way to have a better world. All right. So it's a tool, it's an infrastructure, and a tool to be able to unite like peaceful forces around the world to overcome the tyranny of the small number of people who just want everything for themselves, and to get that they're willing to sacrifice lives of innocent people. So I hope, basically, I have this dream that someday Anton could have impact towards the world's peace, towards uniting the community, towards like uniting the voice of the community. Because in many places in the United States, in Iran, in Israel, in everywhere in the world, I mean the people, not the governments, but the people always want peace, right? So the people, actually, the human beings want peace, not war. But I hope that someday we, the people, have the power to actually influence the governments and push the governments and make them not to start another war. Forgive, forget, love, and make peace. That's my dream. Thank you, Farouk, for your time. If any question or anything I can answer, I would be happy to.
No, thank you, Mahdi. This was an amazing presentation, really. Very insightful, very happy for you guys at Onton. If there is any kind of support we could provide on behalf of our community, we would be happy to contribute. And very sorry to hear about the circumstances in your country. My deepest condolences. And yeah, we've got some questions here. I'll be posting them right now.
Okay. Okay, Anton has a strong presence in Asia and the Middle East. What cultural insight helped you tailor events for these regions compared to Western markets? That's a very good question. So actually, the process of like developing the Anton product, actually we've started with like just some technical infrastructure to be able to distribute these soulbound tokens as a proof of like participants, so participation, right? So, and then slowly we were just added like these different kinds of increments. So we were just, now we are very close to Luma, and now we are going to like have all of the features that Luma have, and be a event platform on Telegram that you can just like the Web3 communities can just use like Anton instead of Luma, and so they have everything that Luma has plus SPTs. So this is basically what we are, where we are now. But the next step, so we recently added the categories into Anton. So we are now like categorizing the events and basically pushing forward to just create some narratives for the events. And then the next step that we can do is like to just geographically actually categorize like based on the cities and countries. So previously we've had the hubs, the Tone Society house, but as you may know, the Tone Society has been resolved, and we don't have any Tone Society now, and it's on the Tone Foundation. We are moving forward and like pushing forward the Tone Foundation still, but because we've used these hubs, we don't have this the events based on the country and city. But I think that's something that we can do, and I think the multilingual would be like one of the things that multilingual even so we get, so the, let's say, the region like local organizers can create their events completely like customized with their events with their language and culture. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that for any specific like location like a regional market, there would be different kinds of strategies that we can use, and I think like moving forward, raising more funds, we need probably some regional, let's say, I don't know, ambassador or regional hub leads, I can say, or lead that can just push forward that region, learn about like the cultural, uh, like uh, like specifications of that region, and help us to push forward and further develop the product to be aligned with those cultural specifications. So, what's your framework for measuring an event success beyond attendance number? Okay, that's also a very good question. So, we've added actually, I mean, it's not yet, I think, in production, but we've like developed and testing a feature for, and we call it like event review. So we let the participants to review the events, and based on that events review, like it's some sort of score that like the participants can give to the events, and based on that like reviews, we can just maybe have like some sort of evaluation for the events. um, but to be honest, basically it's not a it's not an easy task to like evaluate events beside that. So this is just some manual process. So we are like moderating the events manually, just like some moderators see them. But but I mean, for we still don't have like recurring events, I think. And I think something that we can add is like the recurring events, and based on that recurring events, basically, let's say we can just measure the retention, like how many people just like repeated to participate in the events. But for now, I can say the framework for measuring the event success actually is not in the best like situation. It should be improved. Can you share a specific example where a single Onton event led to sustained community growth? What made it stick? Um, so sustained community growth. So I can say that it happened that we created some communities, but if by sustaining community, meaning that like creating create a community that actually is sustained and like recurringly doing different kinds of activities, and people get returned, let's say, to the app and do different tasks. It happened between different events, but I can't say that because we didn't have like the recurring events that like happened like serially one after another. I think that we didn't have that kind of experience yet, and that's also something very very important that we are planning to actually work on in the next phases. But yeah, it's a very good question and very, I think, important um, point to consider and work on. Thank you, Cole. Connie. Okay. What's missing in this Web3 event tool that would unlock the next level of participation? Uh, so so we are actually the advocates of the SPT technology, the soul-bound tokens technology. So we believe, we think that if we can create, actually we've already created some momentum, but it's not enough. But if we can create like an enough momentum that basically these SPTs have like different use cases in different industries. Let's say that the job market people can use these SPTs to certify the level of commitment or the level of, and I don't know, participation in different kinds of things, right? So I think the SPT could be one of the technologies that we're advocating for, and it could be one of the game changers with the with like proper like setup. Hmm. But beside that, I think something beside that is, so honestly, I think there's something that I, I feel is missed now, and it's like some sort of meaning. So I think when you're talking about like people, like most of the people are mostly looking for free money, and this is like not the actual probably narrative that can lead to the growth. So for the quick money, you can just do something, get the money, and get out. It's not sustainable. It's not there to stick. So I think maybe some sort of narrative, some sort of common shared goal and vision could be that kind of sticking point, or that kind of like missing points that can actually help communities to grow. And you can just use this kind of shared value to create decentralized autonomous communities. Then I think there would be like a chance of like these communities to survive and to sustain. I hope that worked. Thank you, Orhan.
All right. Thank you, Mahdi. I was just about to ask you about some recommendations for us blockchain professionals community, but I think you just shared some valuable insights from your side.
Sure.
Yeah. And we are really, we love Onton, and we would consider migrating to Onton someday, and at least host some of our events like this, or monthly based meetings there. That would be awesome. And hopefully when the situation calms down, I will be happy to reach out with some recommendations for us. And
Sure.
yeah, thank you so much for your inspiring strategies to ignite our community and everyone else's community, make them grow. This was amazing. Thank you for kicking off the day for us.
Sure. One important thing that I just want to add, that last one to just consider, because I just remember, is like the gamification. So basically the SPTs, the points, everything is like, these are like infrastructure, and the token itself, these are the infrastructure for the gamification. You should create some sort of like gamified mechanics to be able to basically gather people and make them to stick. That's what we've done with the SPTs and points with Anton. This is like a meta, basically, project narrative, but basically within the communities, you can create these kind of narratives, and that's something that you can just engage the community and just make them to remain with you and engage with you. And thank you, Farouk. Thank you for inviting me, having me, and I hope see you soon.
Thank you, Mahdi. Thank you, Mahdi, for this inspiring session. And up next, get ready for the next speaker. It's Rob Eijgenraam, and with his talk about the entrepreneurship in AI and Web3 space. Do not miss this one. We'll be right back very shortly. All right. Up next, we have Rob Eijgenraam, founder of Token Minds and a seasoned mentor at top accelerators like Techstars and Startup Boost. You guys doing amazing job there. And yeah, his session, Entrepreneurship in the AI and Web3 Era, explores how AI is rewriting the rules for founders in the decentralized economy. And if you are building or scaling in Web3, this talk is must watch. Please join me in welcoming Rob here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Farouk. Thank you for having me. I highly appreciate it. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay, excellent. Okay, then, well, welcome everybody. I'm gonna dive right in here. As Farouk mentioned, the topic is entrepreneurship in AI and Web3, and I'm gonna talk specifically about user engagement within the Web3 space with AI. So we're gonna dive right in here. First of all, within the Web3 space, and also in general, the traditional engagement methods to engage with your users is quite outdated. Sending emails, push notifications. Let's take the example of a crypto exchange, for example, but any project with a large community base. Uh, I'm sorry, my son just broke into the room. Hold on 1 second. Hij moet heel even presentatie. Okay. Hold on. Sorry for the interruption here. So sending emails and other notification, it just doesn't work anymore in this day and age. So we need to innovate and we need to scale as well while doing it. So this is where AI comes into play. AI can actually build human-like relationships with your users and create engagement and activation. So they can actually be utilized through an agentic model to engage with users one-on-one, and not just sending notifications and all kinds of spammy engagement, but actually through a relationship type of communication mode. So I'm gonna jump right into it. Here you can see some examples. It's deployed through Telegram, obviously a very important channel, but it can also work on Discord and Line and other DM applications that your users already have installed on their devices. So just a little introduction. We call this TNX AI. Basically, that's what we put out there as our agentic product to solve this problem. And instead of just having like generic push notifications, it's actually a context-aware DM system. So a couple of benefits of doing this: you have a personalized tone. It's actually aware of the user behavior, and it's intelligent, right? It applies intelligent communication to the actual engagement of the user. So it actually builds a relationship. First, it gets to know your user, it gets to know its history, and it builds a relationship. And through that relationship, it creates engagement for your platform, right? Whether it's like extra trading or tasks and activities you want the users to perform or to be activated on. So yeah, what we deliver with our system is basically the re-engagement for your users in a scalable way. Feature discovery. So if you have any new possibilities within your platform, obviously this is a way to bring it to the users, and obviously scalable one-on-one engagements. Moving on, there are obviously other AI integrated customer engagement platforms out there. We've listed a couple of big ones out here, but they're not really built for Web3, or in general, they don't really apply AI in this kind of a one-on-one relationship building way. And they're also not available on platforms where the users of Web3, applications are basically, are engaging. So a couple of things of the agentic system, the context-aware triggers. So obviously, whatever happens within the chat, but also on your platform, we can use that as triggers to engage. It's not just like waiting for any action from the user. It proactively engages with the users. It has a personality. It can actually, depending on your particular needs as a platform, you can set the personality the way you want. And it's self-learning, so it learns from the interactions and how to one-on-one basically have the best engagement with that particular user, whether it's one or whether it's thousands of users at the same time. Obviously, the way we put it in the market, we're focusing on the Web3, the gaming and the iGaming and entertainment users. But let's dive into the Web3 users first. So obviously, when people sign up, you need to activate their account. So what the agent is doing proactively, it's actually asking the user to verify, so that we actually link their data from the platform that you're on, whether it's like an exchange or community platform. We actually link that historic data to the chat, and the user already, or rather the agent already knows the user at a certain to a certain degree, and builds on that data in the further conversation and history building with the user. Then obviously it can be set up to pursue certain campaigns, right? So whether it's like that extra trade or that bounty you want to fulfill, a promotion you want to do, you can actually set it up to engage on those topics and actually have users right through the chat do those activities. It can automate certain tasks. So, of course, it can do trades as well if you wanted to. You don't even have to go to the platform, whether you're a centralized exchange or decentralized exchange. But you can also automate tasks like, hey, we've seen that you made a huge trade, a huge win on this. So want to post it on your social media, I give you some reward points. And that can go all through the chat, including the verification of the promotion and also the rewards distribution as well. Here are some examples for iGaming and gaming as well. If you're a Web3 game, for example, this might be relevant for your user growth. This is one of the examples that I just mentioned about posting about your achievements within from the platform on your own social media, and the automation part as well. So how did we set this up? We are using a very modular architecture behind this. It's basically an AI as a service. So anybody can hook up to this and integrate their data and basically have a pretty much plug and play system. Because again, it's integrated on the front end on the platforms that the user are already on. So from the platform that the user base belongs to, we just have to connect to the backend, right, to your API and get that information. And then on the other side, obviously, we connect them with the user in PM. So we have a couple of reasoning layers built in between, because we don't want any information to just go in the conversation. We want to do that in a smart human way. So there's all the processing in the middle. And again, here you can see the data layer as well as decision-making engine on building this engagement, this relationship. It stores memories, obviously, and it also is self-learning based on those memories. And again, it will have a proactive layer. It just doesn't just respond. It's not like a ChatGPT where you ask it something and it responds. No, it's actually an active agent that will proactively engage with you and behave in that way. So again, it integrates seamlessly with your backend SDKs, APIs, webhooks, and with standard platforms, as mentioned, Telegram, Discord. We also support Line and Messenger. It's a monthly fee starting already at 500, and then there is a per user fee as well. So that's basically my presentation about the agentic system for Web3 companies to utilize to get engagements. I have a couple of other topics I think are relevant when talking about AI within your Web3 business, but let's maybe first open up a little bit if there's any Q&A at this point.
Mhm. So you're saying we're good to move on to the Q&A part?
Yeah, we can move to the Q&A part. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I see a couple of questions here. Kani is asking, there is a risk of spam for sure. I mean, that's basically the main thing that this is built for, right? Because engagement, indeed, that's a traditional engagement. That's definitely, within that category. So what we're doing it the relationship first, right? So the agentic system isn't there just for notifications and campaigns and things like that. In the first place, it's there for the user. So the first objective is to build this relationship with the user by, one, knowing it based on the data of the profile from the platform, but also building up that relation because it knows some preferences, whether it's like on a trading platform, the favorite coins, or other things that it finds out in that natural conversation. So that's like a basic kind of the basic level of what it does. And then the second level is really on the platform. Okay, you want to reward certain things, like a promotion or just a reminder, or just a friendly tip here and there. And then the last layer, that's the third layer, that's like the automation layer, where you can actually do certain activities automated directly through the chat instead of going to the platform. Let me see. There's another question. Share a tactic where AI outperformed human-led growth in Web3. Well, I mean, so I think almost the tactics that we're talking about here are pretty much, impossible. So we're talking here about, platforms that has thousands and thousands of users, right? So there's no way you can have a one-on-one relationship type of engagement with all of those users through humans. The humans will have to tap into the data, then build up the relationships, then have all these direct messages with all that's just impossible. This is only enabled by AI, basically. So yeah, we're not talking about let's say just an NFT product that just starts with a couple of hundred people. There it's less relevant, I would say. You could still manage that, but we're talking about real, like, bigger communities, basically. Let me see. Gotta zoom in a little bit here. Where AI driven. This is a technical question, I believe. Heard a Web3 project flawed smart contract audits. How can we mitigate it? Yeah, this is probably a little bit more question about, when we're talking about agentic AI, there are also obviously a lot of agentic AI, let's say token meme bots out there. That's, I think, where originally the agentic system comes from within Web3. That is not what this is about, right? So this is not like an independent token pump AI that does that autonomously. This is more of a platform for Web3 projects to engage with their users, right? Through kind of a scalable way. So yeah, those are two different categories, I would say. This would fall in the second one. Can AI fix Web3 empty Discord problem? Can you show us how to automate engagement without paying? So yeah, I would say that's harder. We actually worked on that as well, to actually apply this agentic system, this technology within Discord servers, Discord channels, things like that. I would say it's true. The technology at this moment struggles with that type of setup, and the reason is that it doesn't have so much to go on. If it really tries to talk to an entire channel at once and have some kind of an engagement, it doesn't work as great because it cannot tap into any personal information, personal profile information, historic information, things like that, where it can really personalize those engagements and build up some kind of one-on-one relationship, right? So it's much stronger on those one-on-one friend, like let's say buddy type of chats, compared to it is like talking to an empty server or even a full server for that matter, because it just doesn't have, it's too generic when doing that. It doesn't have enough information to really make that super engaging. So I would say no, it cannot help with that at this moment. It might be in the future, but not at the moment. Should AI governments replace DAO voting, and at what point does efficiency kill decentralization? Wow, that's a deep one. I have to probably give that a moment to think about. Man, that's something I need a little bit to I need to meditate on a little bit. Unfortunately I don't have the answer to that at this very moment. It's a it's an interesting one, but yeah.
I know it's very provocative one. And Rob, I think we ran out of the questions at this moment. I mean, I just want to thank you again for coming and presenting this very important. I mean, it's very, well, you guys are doing a great job, and it really matters for Web3 space right now. Startups and crypto, they really do move fast, and AI can cut costs and speed up decisions, but AI cannot replace the human judgment for its trust, centralization, and this why you guys are very important in Web3 right now. It's wow, thank you. And having a little one in the background actually
yeah, I did warm, but it didn't help.
A bit warms to our conference. It's always nice to have that, you know, when real life sneaks into your virtual sessions and make the whole conference feel even more humane. That was very nice part of it.
Yeah, it's after hours here right now, so I had to do it from home.
It's perfectly fine with us. Yeah, and yeah, again, thank you, Rob. If there is any kind of help, support that we could provide and contribute to your projects on our behalf, we would be happy to participate. And thank you on behalf of the blockchain professionals for your insightful strategies on leveraging AI to accelerate success in Web3 entrepreneurship. And thank you. You have a great one, and you're very welcome to present any new projects, any new ideas on our stage.
Appreciate it. Thank you to Farouk, and right back at you. You know, you guys doing this is very good for the industry, so highly appreciate it. What you guys are organizing. Yeah.
Thank you. Coming up next, we have Sharmilan with his talk, Trust by Design, AI meets blockchain for secure intelligence. You guys stay tuned. Join our Telegram chat to win some interesting rewards. See ya. And we're back. Up next, we have Sharmilan, co-founder and CEO of Niftron, a blockchain as a service platform and recipient of the SARC Startup Award. Congratulations on this last accomplishment. And yeah, if you're interested in the future of trustworthy AI and resilient decentralized architecture, this talk is designed for you guys. Please join me in welcoming Sharmilan. Hey, Sharmilan.
Hi, folks. Hi, how are you guys? Hope you guys are having a great time, and thank you for the intro as well. And hope you can able to see the screen, and I'm audible as well. So I'll directly start into the presentation. So as Fark mentioned about the title, so it's all about what we're going to talk today is about the trust by design and AI meets blockchain for a secure intelligence. And I hope you guys listen plenty of talks in this conference as well as in the recent past in different conferences based on blockchain, and you will be mostly listening towards AI as well. As we all know, like AI is booming in the last couple of years, and we can see huge potential and a lot of projects started to grow and in different domains as well. And that's where we can see a huge potential where we can merge blockchain or we can kind of fusion blockchain with AI and build potential and more secure, more trustable blockchain-based AI applications, and moreover, like AI applications running on top of blockchain layer as well. So that is what it's all about the talk today. And as you maybe have an idea about AI or not, so I'm not going to touch much into the depth about the AI technologies. I'm going kind of a high-level intro into the AI, and then we'll move to more focus towards how we can integrate blockchain or blockchain layer into AI applications, and mainly why we need it and what are the benefits it's going to bring to the table, and what are the potential things that we can achieve using that as well. So yeah, so as starting with AI, so it started from very long period of time from the past itself. Like for an example, if we take it as an AI evolution, it started from 1950s towards like 1980s or mid 1970s. We call it as the first AI boom, and then from 1970s, 80s towards 2000s, we call it as the second boom, and then now it's mostly we are into the third boom. And what are the differentiations from each of these kind of generations? So the booms, we can call it the first generation is more towards the very basic AI applications or artificial intelligence, where a simple task is performed using a programmable contract or programmable code, or once we given a specific command and it automated and it performs every time without seeking for a human intervention or human inputs. And when it comes to the second AI boom or the second generation of AI applications, we can see a huge jump where we see a lot of potential models or else algorithms started to evolve. And then that's where we have used a lot of applications and a lot of tools and technologies developed around those AI technologies, which starting from medical domains on predictions, analysis, and also big data applications. And if we look into different domains and industries, we can see or we can witness a lot of potential applications used AI in vast variety. And it has certain limitations at that stage, but it's boomed in a huge scale comparing to the first boom. And when it comes to third AI boom, that's where it started in 2000 and still it's going in the third AI boom or third generation of AI applications. And that's where it's mostly come into a contact with data. Because from 2000 onwards, like that's where the Web 2.0 started as well, where people started to create content and create data. And all of these data started to, all the companies started to preserve their data, and then they kind of started to see a pattern, and they can use AI to identify these patterns in an efficient way, analyze those data in an efficient way, and predict certain things which humans are not able to predict, or else which takes a lot of time and effort for us to predict those things, which AI can do it in a matter of seconds. And that shift kind of, we had a huge up curve. You can see it from 2020s and now like after 2020s till now. And that's because of the Gen AI. And now we are moving into most of the times into the AI agents as well, where if you look into the AI, it's more towards it's performing, it's getting the data, it's understanding, and it's learning, and then giving the output. But what the AI agent is doing is it's more towards getting the data, understanding, learning, and it's not just giving the output, but it can able to perform tasks as well. So that's the difference between that, and that's where we are going to see how blockchain can be integrated into these, because this technology is evolving so much, and there's certain gaps or limitations that AI is currently showcasing or currently having a roadblocks in certain applications, where we can see how we can tap into those issues and how we can able to solve that using a blockchain technology. And why this talk now? So as you know, like AI is everywhere and trust is eroding, and also public and regulatory demand for more transparency, accountability, and fairness in growing AI domain. And also blockchain offers verifiable trust that, as we all know, and blockchain is one of the most advanced technology that we have at the moment to build trust between two untrusted parties in a trustable manner. And AI plus blockchain is inevitable, and that is the fusion that we are going to see how we can able to achieve that in this generation of AI applications and in the future as well. So, I mean, at a very high level, so this is how the human brain processes information. So we can see data, we can understand images, we can understand audio, video clips, and we have different sensors to capture this information, as we can capture it from our eyes, we can capture it from our ears, nose, all of these sensors capturing the data, and we process it in the brain, and then we'll be come to a conclusion or making decisions or making analytics out of that. And we are doing that all of those things based on how our neurons or the nerve system is tuned and connected together. So this is the exact way that how, in a high level way, how the AI works as well, or in the algorithms work, where we can build models which can understand data in different types of data, and then it can able to kind of learn from that, and then it can able to predict certain outcomes or predict certain results or do some tasks as AI agents. And it's all connected in a mapping way, which is similar to how our brain neurons mapped, as well as how different models come together and they can able to perform a certain task in an interconnected way. And this is the very high-level breakdown into artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning. So it comes into each of these subcategories. And if you see artificial intelligence, it's a program that can sense, reason, and act and adapt a specific information or a specific data, and then it can give outputs and results based on that. And machine learning is more towards an algorithm's performance improve as they were exposed to more data over time, and deep learning where it's performed for big data sets or else large data sets, so large data warehouses where you can able to process and you can get outcomes. And if we look into it as artificial intelligence, so we can break it down into different levels of applications, and all of these things falls into this. And the reason I'm showing this is not to go in depth and explaining of each of these categories, but in later of this talk, what we are going to see is how we can apply blockchain into artificial intelligence. It's not just machine learning, or it's not just natural language processing, but we can able to apply blockchain into all of these separate subcategories and all of these separate applications or analytics or else prediction models that we have at the moment. We can able to apply blockchain into all of these scenarios as well. That's the most important part. It's not just restricted to a data-based models or data-based AI algorithms, but it can work on different data types and different data models, and even into, for a range, if we can say, simple as predicting a disease towards running as a AI agent, more advanced AI agent to perform a daily task as well. So all of these things is highly depend on data. So if you look at ChatGPT, or else if you look at AI agents, or else if you look into any prediction models or any AI models that we have at the moment, it's all highly dependent on the data, and it needs a larger set of data to perform well and predict accurately as well. And all of these systems are highly dependent on accurate data. That's the most important thing. It's not about just the larger data set that we provide, but the data set should be an accurate and real world data which kind of map with the real world scenarios, and it's not something comes as a more simulated and unrealistic data set as well. And currently, the way that people are capturing the data for these systems is one is human entry or a manual entry method. And I'm only putting the digital ways, so not only the physical documentation, the OCR things, but into the more human entry ways, and also the sensor-based information that we are capturing from IoT devices, from CCTV cameras towards IoT sensors and even agriculture sensors or weather sensors, different information that we can capture from vast variety of IoT sensors available at the moment, and also through the APIs which process information and gather it from existing databases or datasets as well. But where is the actual gap here? So the main gap is, so what we have seen so far is what is AI and how the data capturing process happens and how that whole model is working. But we have to understand where is the gap, or why we need to integrate blockchain into this, and what is the reason or what is the purpose for that. So the gap here is there are multiple gaps there in AI, but I'm only putting into the gaps that we can fulfill or else we can solve using blockchain technology. So the first one is black box decision making. So AI models often operate with no visibility into how or why decisions are made. So we have certain models at the moment which can give us the reasons behind that, but then we have no visibility how that decision is made or how that decision is processed. And we have no idea, or we have no transparency over whether that information that we are seeing is actually come from the model or is it generated from somewhere else. And we have seen multiple, can call it as scams or fraud in AI-based companies where they used humans to perform certain tasks which call it as AI. And similar like that, a certain program which kind of written by a specific logic or a code to perform in a certain strict manner, which makes the decisions in a different way, but always it gives the reasons or analytics. So the way that it shows that how it made the decisions in a strict guided rules, which won't be the same as how that decision is made by that particular model. And the second one is unclear data linkage and consent. So we don't have an idea where the data is come from for a specific model, and it can be a larger data models or a smaller data models as well. We don't have any idea where the data is come from. It's always in a verbal way, or the documentation or the contracts we have seen the data is collected from these particular people, or the data is come from these particular organizations, but we don't have any visibility or any provenance to the data as well. And whether it's ethically sourced or not, we don't have any idea on that. And we don't know whether there's any concern asked from certain parties or certain individuals before they collect these data as well. And tampering risk onto the model parameters and outputs can be altered without detection, and also no auditability. There's no standard mechanisms to trace and verify how AI reached a conclusion, and this also links to the kind of a black box decision as well. So these are the main gaps we can see and we can fulfill using blockchain as well. So that's why I have mentioned all these gaps here specifically. And all these gaps are leading towards one thing, is trust. So if you can see, we have a provenance issue, we have a transparency issue, we have an auditable issue. So all these things are kind of the root cause of this is trust. So trust is one of the most important thing and most expensive thing in the world. And usually it can take years to earn trust with application, individuals, or people, and or products. And it's just a matter of seconds to lose it as well. So that's why trust is the most important and expensive thing. And that's why blockchain is one of the most advanced technology, I would say, to build the trust, and also most popular technology in industries where the trust is more the trust is more matter, or if the trust is the most valuable thing in certain businesses or certain domains or certain industries, that's where blockchain perform really well as well. Specifically, if we look into the financial thing or the fintech applications, whether it's crypto or non-crypto, blockchain is performed well because there's a high trust demand there when we send it across assets. So whether it can be a digital assets or physical assets transfers between people, and it performs really well in healthcare domain or supply chain domain, where the logistics transferred between untrusted parties or in cross-border transactions, and also it performed really well in government scenarios, where specifically on the voting or else the land record maintenance or digital records from physical records to digital records, because all of these applications are highly depend on trust, and they don't have trust without blockchain. In the past, they don't have trust, and they always fill that trust gap by using middleman or third-party applications or third-party organizations to manually fill that gap. That's why we use blockchain to build that trust gap or build that bridge between two untrusted parties using blockchain. And that's the exact same thing that we can do to solve these issues that we have mentioned, or we have identified. Some of these issues we have identified in AI applications using blockchain as well to build that trust gap. So that's why we can use blockchain here. And blockchain is the ultimate trust engine here. And I mean, it's not only about the AI applications, but if you look into any of the real world blockchain applications that have been out there, blockchain always acts as a trust engine. And apart from that, it do a lot of other things. But if you go into a very root or the deep understanding of what is the actual benefit of blockchain, you can always dive into a one point, that is the trust. And it's a decentralized and immutable ledger, no single point of failure. And smart contracts is a code-driven and automated trust building. We can use tokenization to do incentivize and kind of create an economical value for blockchain-based or the AI-based applications using blockchain. And also oracles and decentralized IDs can bring bridging blockchain to the real world as well. So what blockchain can actually do, or what are the benefits blockchain can bring into the table is, one is transparency. So we can see if we actually build an AI application and we have a blockchain layer integrated to that, we can have an opportunity to see the clear data origins or the provenance of the data, and we can have a kind of an audit trail to see and track and trace where the data is actually come from. And if you ask like it's a privacy concern or a privacy issue, but we can use zero knowledge proof and different things to kind of mask that data, and we can only show where the origin of the data in a trustable way, comparing to how we have seen it now, or we have a zero visibility at the moment in most of the AI applications. And even if we are seeing it, we can't kind of trust those claims that the companies are making it as well. And auditability is the second thing, where we can face AI interference end to end, and also accountability on defining the responsibility and when and why. So we have the complete accountability over that. And also we have the security. We can kind of safeguard the models, and also we can safeguard the trained models using a public-private keys. And we can even have a version of a trained model, and we can use different models that are out there running. And we can, every time we can, if we want, we can compare and see whether the current model is tampered or not. We can improve that integrity and trust by keeping a model kind of a version of the time, a hash value or a fingerprint of that model into the blockchain, and we can able to kind of verify the trustworthiness of that. And its integrity, tamper-proof blocks, and we have the complete audit trail of that. And we can have a real-time monitoring oversight of catch anomalies early as well. So these are the main benefits that blockchain is bringing. And if you look into high level, it's providing a more visibility towards AI applications, how it performs, as well as how it's sourcing the data to train that model, and also how it's giving us the outputs. So it gives you a kind of a bird view or eagle-eye view, where we can see complete transparency of how that model works, where the data is coming from, and how the outputs are coming. And also we can able to see and we can able to trust, and we can able to track those information verified by ourselves as well. And it's not going to break the business logics or else business secrets, as we can see. I mean, most of the blockchain applications has this visibility and has this provenance or transparency already in current world applications, and we can see that it's not going to break the business secrets or else how that particular scenario is performing, or the understanding of how their logics works or how the models work. It's always we can use GKB or different mechanisms to kind of keep those information private and secure, but providing the limited information that is needed, or even using the kind of a GKB to provide the necessary proofs where we can able to trust those information in certain scenarios, which is most important and most valuable as well. So just by design, like fusioning AI with blockchain, so we can have a legitimate data collection, and we can have a way that we can collect the data from different sources. That's one thing, and we can provide the provenance. But the second thing is we can kind of have a model where every individual can kind of collect and own their own data, and they can able to kind of monetize it. That's why I mentioned the tokenization or token economics model, where, for an example, I can say later on I'll touch into some use cases, but I'll say like, for an example, healthcare, where the patient owns the data and patient can sell the data or monetize the data for pharmaceutical companies or any AI models that using it, for an example, on a diabetic prediction mechanism, and they want a diabetic patient data. So they can openly ask for diabetic patient data to be given with a consent, and all the diabetic patients who have collected their data from hospitals, they can able to kind of monetize that data as their own data, and they can provide that consent to these laboratories or AI models to perform it as well. So these will open up venues where we can have sourcing data from multiple sources and in a legit way as well, and secure and decentralized storage. So this is one side, is we can do it for data on a certain amount, not for a larger scale, but we can do it on a secure and decentralized storage for models, where we can train the models, we can keep the carbon copy of the model in the blockchain, and we can run it in different instances. And anytime we can cross-check whether this model is compromised or model is tampered with the existing model as well. And blockchain-powered audit trails, transparent model process is the other important thing. And it's not about transparent logic process or transparent code process, but it's about the transparent model process, how the model works, and how the model giving the outputs into a certain extent, which not going in depth into the code level. And zero knowledge proofs, we can enable lot of important information hidden, and we can provide the proofs using the ZKB as well. And the future of trusted intelligence, so auditable, trustable systems, decentralized, autonomous intelligence, human in the loop with verifiable AI. So we can combine human oversight with the provable, trustworthy AI decisions, and DAOs for AI governance and ethical, transparent decisions as well. So this is the way we can kind of reinvent the way you build trust on AI applications and models, and how this will, so currently how it looks and how we can transform this into a better trustable model. This is how the model is working at the moment. We have AI models, and we have data providers from different sectors or different individuals or different organizations. So I call it as data providers, whether it's IoT or human or a data API. And we always have a middleman who bring that trust. So we collect it from different sources, we process it in different sectors, and we transfer these data to AI models, or else we collect this, we run the AI model where we collect the data from different hospitals for a prediction, or different individuals, or else we run a data model for a kind of a credit management scenario in the fintech. So where we collect it from different credit score companies or banks from individual information, and we process it. So we always rely on a middleman, and the trust is built based on that, which is not transparent or not visible for anyone else as well. But once we integrate the blockchain, so how it works is AI models comes closer to the data providers because of the layer of transparency, ownership, security, and immutability. So it's not comes together, but still the AI models perform separately, and data provided separately, but it can link and then it can directly transfer and directly monetize the information that they are sharing using the transparency, ownership, and security immutability provided by the blockchain as a trust bridge. And this is how the data evolution will looks like. So in the past, we had a physical information, so the physical records, physical data points. So the first evolution happened in the data side is where we digitize that information. So all the physical information we transferred as a digital information, and we store it in the centralized. So all the physical transferred to digital, but still we kept it in the central servers, or even we have it as a distributed databases, but it's located in central place or central country within a specific zone. But once we kind of integrating with the blockchain, so what happens, we are kind of tokenizing that information, or we call it as digitization from physical to digital. So we can call it as tokenization from digital to blockchain, and we can kind of share that data with different parties with our concern management as providing access. So we can share that data to different individuals or different organizations or even different AI models or AI agents. Whenever there's in future, whenever there's an AI agent looking for data from different parties or different individuals on a specific need or specific domain or specific type of a data, then we can able to kind of provide that access, and we can able to share it using the secured portal or secured way that's provided by the blockchain. And that is where we kind of going into the decentralized AI or the future of AI, where we can kind of collect it in different ways, and we can able to process the larger set of data that come from different sources in a trustable way as well. And these are some of the use cases. I'm not going to touch much depth into the use cases because there's plenty of opportunities and plenty of avenues we can kind of open up, and we can use blockchain into AI. So I'll go into certain areas where we can see how blockchain can kind of integrate with AI as well. So one is healthcare, as I mentioned. Its most important thing is the health records, the EMR records. So currently, most of the countries, even including Sri Lanka, as well as including most of the Asian and European countries as well, most of the times the patient records are stored in the hospitals. Even with the GDPR regulations or whatever the rules that they are providing, it most of the times it's stored in the hospital. And very few countries or very few applications or hospitals are running a process where patient records are stored with patient and providing the access. So what we can do using blockchain is we can kind of create a way where we can kind of store the patient records within patient control, and then patients can have a way to provide access to a certain hospital or a certain doctor if they need it. And this will enable, or this will be give the complete control of that data, because if my health records data are my property and I'm the owner of that data, so that gives complete control to me, and I can have a complete access to my data and ownership of my data, and I can decide to whom I can share that data and to whom I can revoke the access as well. So once you have this kind of a model, or once you have this kind of a system, then whenever there's a pharmaceutical company needs the data for models or analytics, or even AI models or AI agents, so anyone who wants the data to process it, they can kind of make a request in a portal or in a dashboard, and then we can able to kind of see if our data are matching, and we can able to kind of provide access to them, even using a ZKB or non-ZKB way, depends on the data sensitivity. We can allow that parties to access our data, and then they can use it in a legit way. That automatically monetize our data as well. We can kind of monetize that data using tokenomics model or even non-tokenomics model, whatever the ways, we can kind of monetize that data, and we can kind of create that secure portal or the bridge between the data providers and the people who are accessing the data as well. And the second one is where we can see it into the pharmaceutical drug supply chains, where the data is used in on the clinical trials and different supply chain logistic data sets as well. So we can kind of be able to process those informations, and then we can kind of securely store those informations as well. So for an example, on the clinical trials, where we can have those data done in the past clinical trials, we can kind of securely store it in blockchain, and then we can kind of process it on the AI models if it is necessary on that, as most of the pharmaceutical companies using AI models to make the drug matchings or drug formulas as well. So they can able to get these past clinical trial data, and then they can kind of able to push that information in a secured way and with the access concern from the owners as well. That is kind of there's zero visibility at the moment from the patients towards the pharmaceutical companies who are doing the drug. And the other one is onto the KYC and DID, which is where most of the individual data are used in shared KYC and shared DID as well. So which is kind of popular in the blockchain domain, and most of the countries were using it onto the private blockchain. That's a different topic on private public blockchain, but touching onto that, onto the private blockchain where they use these KYC data to share with the different organizations to access it and monetize it. But the most important thing is most of these applications using shared KYC, but not getting the consent from the users as well. So we can kind of enable that process as well using blockchain. And once we have that kind of a secured way, all of these KYC and DID information can be used into different models to predict different, for example, from the credit score towards a larger scale onto the on issuing loans or is providing credit assurance. We can able to build it, and also we can able to predict different anomalies and different fraud schemes and different things using these particular data, as long as we have that kind of a proper bridging layer. And similar to the fintech as well, we can see it onto the credit score and different banking applications. And supply chain and logistics also, we have a lot of data processing there, and also a lot of models and AIs we're using in this particular domains as well. And we have seen in the past, blockchain is also used in these domains. So we can have a kind of a fusion in between those two things, where blockchain is one side providing the secure data, and with the concern, with the transparency, auditability, and audit trail, and the provenance of the data, and then the AI models can do what they can do better in terms of the prediction and analytics. So what we are trying to do at the end is we are building a kind of a responsible AI with blockchain. So that's the overall idea about the talk of how we can build a responsible AI with blockchain and reinvent the trust. So it comes with an ethical design where we have blockchain to ensure the transparent, tamper-proof records, and also the provenance and concern management in a secure way with the incentivized mechanism, monetization mechanism. And all of these data comes in a secure way, which is not coming at the moment or current applications. So we can bring those data in a secure way and tamper-proof way with the transparency, and we can bridge that into the AI applications, which already doing their job well. So once it comes in a legit way and in a proper way to those applications, with the transparency over how those black box models perform as well, that opens a new avenue for the AI model to perform well and performs and also reach to a vast variety of audience in a correct way. And also bias mitigation, privacy protection is there, and human oversight where smart countries can encode checkpoints for human reviews and intervention, and regulatory compliance. So once we have this kind of an AI model reaching with the blockchain, we don't need to worry about the GDPR compliances or the data guidelines, because it's automatically the individuals providing the data. And as well as if you are reaching it from the large organizations, so certain bulk data providers, we can kind of have a proper guided mechanisms or regulatory mechanisms to access this data. And we have a complete audit trail or audit logs to those things where we are accessing the data as well. And it's a continuous evaluation as well. So hope you have a understanding now about how we can kind of fusion blockchain layer into AI. And we have a certain limitations or gaps, as I mentioned, in the AI application, which we can fulfill using the blockchain technology and blockchain layer. And once we have that one, then we have a kind of a complete, transparent and traceable AI application where we can have the one side we can have the complete provenance of the data where it comes from, and the other side we can have the complete understanding about how those models predicting the data and how the outcome comes. And also we can trust how the model works, because we can trust that it's the exact model that is trained when it's trained as well, because we can kind of cross-check with the parent model that's stored in the blockchain to make sure we are accessing the right model and we are getting the legit data outputs as well. So thank you everyone for listening, and hope you had a great time and at this session as well as today's and other talks as well, and in the past 4 days. And thanks for listening. And if you want to be connected with me, you can connect through scanning this LinkedIn and through my email address. Thank you.
Yes, Sharmilan, thank you for that enlightening session you've had. We are very short on time. I think we can take a question or two. Here are the interesting ones.
Yeah, I think we have a couple of questions here. So, can you buy trust so the Binance 1 billion recovery fund post FTX? So, yeah, so how there are two different things that you can look. So, one is where you look into the real world blockchain applications or AI applications, and one side is we have the applications onto the crypto side as well. So, I'm saying about real world is onto the healthcare domains or else logistics and all. And when it comes to the digital side, we have NFTs and crypto applications as well. So most of the times when it comes to the Binance scenarios or the centralized exchanges scenarios, so they build trust in a very different way. So they provide you the trust by recovering or incentivizing or rewarding you once you have lost your coin. So for an example, if you are having 100 Ethereum in Binance and for an instance it's hacked and you lost that amount, but you have done the two-factor authentications and proper verifications and validations, but still you lose it, then they provide that amount back to you. That's the way that they are building the trust onto the system. So that's totally different way. But that mechanism won't work into all the real world applications. So you can't apply that into a healthcare applications or logistics applications, because if it is in the healthcare applications and my personal healthcare record is gone, then it's no point that you are incentivizing me or else you are recovering that process back. So it's totally a different mechanism. But yeah, so Binance is doing that in a way to recovering it and also giving that money back to the users in case of there's any loss happens. But into the real world applications, you have to build that trust from the start itself into securing those data sets. Yes, so that's what I was mentioned. Like, so if you can see a lot of real world blockchain applications, we have complete transparent onto the smart contract codes, and we have transparent onto the logics that's work as well. The same way we can apply to the AI applications, but not into the 100% same extent. But what we can do is we can use ZKPs and different mechanisms to kind of hide out the secret elements of that or business logics of that, and then we can only expose we are accessing to the correct model that is trained and deployed. That's the most important part. So as a user, I don't want to know how that exact model is, whether that model is having a, for example, if it's a neural network, I don't want to know like how many layers there, how many neurons there, or how that layer model is architecture. But what I want to know is whether I'm accessing the correct model that is deployed at the start, and also that model is not tampered, and whether the input is I'm providing is actually giving the output exactly from that particular model. So for that, what we can do is we can kind of have a base model hosted into the blockchain, and then we can have a model running into different servers, and then every time or once in a while, if you want to check it, the users have the opportunity to go and check with the blockchain to see whether that's matching with the users accessing model, and then you can able to kind of build that trust and have that model running in your machine or accessing that model as well to get the output. So it's not about completely showing the logic for the code, but you can expose if you can up to an extent, but not take to the secret levels, then you can keep it in a secure way, and still you can provide the zero knowledge proof based trust to trust that particular model.
All right, Sharmilan, we are up in terms of time, and thank you so much for the really important session on building trust into AI for blockchain. Very hot topic for today. It was great having you on stage, and you are welcome to participate in any other upcoming meetings and conferences we will have. Thank you so much, Sharmilan.
Sure. Thanks for the invitation, and everyone, please stay and listen to the future talks. Thank you.
All right, and again, thank you, Sharmilan. And for the next talk, we have Pascal De Keyser, CEO and founder of Porsche, a platform pioneering tokenized co-living real estate. And yeah, guys, in this session, we will explore how blockchain can make housing more accessible by enabling shared ownership through tokens. And this is very interesting one. And let's give a warm welcome to Pascal. You're welcome here. The stage is fully yours.
Thank you, and thanks for having me. Thanks for the blockchain community day for allowing us to present our solution to a I would say a big topic, which is the affordable housing. I'm just trying to get the screen shared organized. Look, this.
Yeah, this is fine. And it's a quick reminder for everyone else here. Be active in the chat, ask questions. For the good questions and good engagement, you will get the monetary rewards, such as Netflix subscription, Spotify Premium. So guys, yeah, join our Telegram channel and stay active in the chat. Okay.
Here we go. So, Portio, what are we all about? We are all about finding solutions for the affordable housing problem, which we think is a problem that is really concerning different generations throughout the demographics. And why does that matter? If you look at the situation today for more and particularly younger generations, it's just a difficult ball game to get ownership or to get your ownership or acquisition of your own real estate. It was much easier, I would say 10, 20, 30 years ago. But for the younger generations, it's just a difficult situation to get their own home, to be able to buy their own home to the full extent, which also leads to the situation that younger people, they remain much longer, I would say, dependent on the support of parents, of friends. They have to stay longer in the properties or the houses which are owned or rented by family. So it's also not a very helpful situation when it comes to, let's say, developing your own independence and maturing as a person. So at the end of the day, this housing situation, most specifically in, I would say, the larger urban areas, in the big cities and large urban hubs, it's causing a big issue for younger people to get access to housing. Younger generations are typically getting squeezed out of the market and making it almost impossible to live there in a way that is sustainable, and in a way that is also giving them at least some kind of a visibility on owning their own home, their own place that they can call home. So, and that's what we have been working on with Portio. So obviously, yes, we are indeed a real world asset venture focusing on a tokenization of real estate, but then in a very specific niche. We are focusing only on co-living, shared living projects, because we feel that co-living and shared living is also part of the solution towards affordable housing. And so how we do it, we are basically trying to make the opportunity for people to acquire at least as part of their home. We make it possible by opening the opportunity to invest at a lower scale with low entry points, and as such giving everyone a pathway to co-ownership in a way that is affordable and in a way that is also, I would say, gradual, or that has the possibility to build up in a gradual way. So we see the tokenization of co-living and shared living real estate assets as part of the solution, as part of the solution of the problem of the affordable housing, which is causing a big issue and a big challenge for many generations. Why is co-living growing? It's growing heavily in Europe. It's also growing quite interestingly again in the US. It had some slowing down of growth in the US, let's say the past 5 years, but now this trend is picking up again. What is underpinning the growth of co-living and shared living is basically, there are a few factors doing this. Yeah, first of all, it's the flexibility. People want to work, travel, live in a more flexible way. They want to have the ability to change locations in a way that this is, I would say, flexible, that they don't have to commit to multiple year engagements with the property they are living in. And shared living and co-living type of projects are typically tapping into that niche. The second reason why co-living and shared living is really gaining traction is also, I would say, the purpose or the focus on ESG and on community. When you talk to people who are living in co-living, shared living projects, I'm actually calling you from a project in Manchester. I'm living in a shared living project in Manchester. When I talk to people here, why they are like to live here, it's really about this. One of the main reasons is about the community. Yeah? So people like to be surrounded by, I would say, like-minded people, by peers who share the same values, who share the same, I would say, potentially same ambitions in life. And that is one of the key drivers of the success and of the growth of co-living and shared living in the world. And another topic which is really important as well is obviously the whole ESG focus. These projects are really built with a large focus on environmental sustainability. And as such, this is I would say, a driver which is much more resonating to younger people than it used to do to, let's say, older generations. So that's also one of the reasons why co-living as I would almost call it as a movement is gaining traction across the globe. When you look at how the market is growing at this moment, the market is growing at roughly 20 to 30% on a yearly basis. What we see now is that larger institutional money is coming in. Institutional investors, institutional real estate investors are joining the market. That wasn't the case till, let's say, 2 years, but since 2 years, you see larger players coming in, which means that the growth of this niche asset is quite important, and it is moving from a nascent new asset really to something already more established. Prediction is that in a couple of years there will be over 500,000 of beds already built up, and yeah, the outlook for the market is really this way, that it's a movement that won't be stopped on a short notice. Why? Because it's really also about this affordability. Living in a co-living, shared living type of project is typically, I would say, 20 to 30% cheaper / more affordable than if you would rent your own separate residential flat or home. So there are items, there are drivers that are really driving the growth of this asset. How we bring in tokenization and shared ownership into the equation, we do it obviously by using blockchain. In our case, we are using Ethereum, we are using ERC20 tokens. And what we basically allow is people to co-own, co-invest into the property they are using. Yeah. How we do it, we are allocating certain portions of the asset value. We are allocating it to the owners. They can build up their ownership. The way they are, how they are progressing with the rent they are paying. Some part of the rent can be transferred into tokens, which can give rights to an equity in the project, or which can give a right to a certain share in the economical rights of the asset they are living in. So it can be either to equity, can be to debt. It depends on the structure we use per project. It depends also on the legal context we are working in. But both scenarios are possible. And at the end of the day, what we want to achieve is we want to achieve a situation where people are gradually building up their ownership into the asset they are living in. We call it the rent-to-own model. And this is, of course, a very powerful model for developers and for operators of this type of co-living and shared living projects, because it really creates a retention. It creates a certain degree of loyalty towards the tenants that are using the assets, which is very powerful for the brand, for the operating brand, because these people at the end of the day then become some kind of ambassadors for the operators, for the brand they are and the asset they are living in. Real world assets, I think the audience here is quite knowledgeable about what are real world assets. Obviously, what the tokenization and bringing these properties on chain brings benefits. It brings benefits in terms of liquidity. It brings benefits in terms of transparency. And it obviously, and that is very important, it lowers the entry barrier for people to get engaged, to invest, or to become a co-owner of the asset you're living in. Yeah? So fractioning the asset into smaller fractions, into smaller portions, is just allowing a much larger audience to get involved in supporting real estate, co-living real estate projects on a global scale. That's what we are building, and that's what we are developing with Porto, and that's what we have been developing with Porto since the last 2 years. How we are and what we are now, let's say, launching on a very short notice. We have our own marketplace, and what is I would say really interesting on how we are combining financial but also non-financial benefits to the token ownership. At the end of the day, the property tokens, they represent an economical interest. So you get your share of the revenue, and you get your share of the value appreciation. But it also gives you certain VIP perks, certain VIP benefits that can be used in the network we are building with throughout Europe and throughout the globe with other operators. So people who are investing in these projects, who are acquiring tokens, they will also be able to use them with within other projects and exchange them, for instance, for free stays, for VIP treatments, for upgrades. There are plenty of opportunities, quite similar with, I would say, the typical hospitality type of benefits and perks which are given to higher tier users. the same model can be applied. So tokens can have a financial, but also a non-financial benefit. From the legal point of view, tokenization it's a challenge. Even with MiCAR now coming in rule in Europe, it is still a challenge because of the, I would say, sometimes the difficulties in categorizing the nature of the nature of the token, and how we are organizing ourselves is we have basically a mixed structure. We are organized from out of the jurisdiction of Luxembourg, and we are using, let's say, a compartmented securitization structure, which allows us to structure each project in a particular way, and also allows us to limit the risk to any project, to any investor just assigned to that project. So we are not a typical fund. We are a structure that has specific legal setups, legal compartments under one umbrella for each individual project. As such, it allows to have people to invest directly rather than to invest in a number of projects. And it obviously then also allows to somehow mitigate the risks involved with each project. What are the values for operators? It's clear that it's an alternative way of fundraising. It's a very strong retention marketing possibility. What are the advantages for tenants? I think the most important one is that at the end of the day, you're on a pathway to create a co-ownership of the asset of the property you're living in. When you want to move out to a next location, to a next building, to a next property, at that moment you can put your tokens, your property tokens, on the market. You can make them liquid, and as such, benefit of the years or the months you have paid rent, instead of just leaving without any compensation. At that moment, when leaving the asset, you then have the opportunity to somehow make your staked up property tokens, make them liquid, and get your a certain degree of economical benefit from the rent and the rental periods you had. Another very important potential of the model we are building is that next to having the let's say the opportunity and the benefits of holding tokens in regards to having your share on the revenue and the value appreciation, obviously the next stage what we are building is to be able to use these tokens in a DeFi world where you can use them as collateral for external lending or borrowing. I think that's it's one of the most obvious next steps for our company. There are already other I would say tokenization players who are in this on this track and who are already offering the opportunity for people to use their tokens as a collateral for for borrowing and lending to external parties. So that's also on our roadmap, and that will bring additional value and additional benefits to the ecosystem who is engaged with Portio. We have been building a quite experienced team. We are also surrounded by an extensive network of advisors covering, I would say, the legal as well as the regulatory aspect of this business. This is very important to have, as regulatory compliance is really one of the, I would say, the biggest challenges in the whole real estate tokenization world. So we, from the beginning, made some really some important steps towards bringing together a team of people with the correct and the relevant experience to make our plans reality and to push our company further. We have been backed by some early investors since the past 2 years. So we were initially founded in the second half of 23, and we got the backing initially from Coliving Ventures, which is world's most, I would say, reputed ecosystem builder in the co-living and shared living industry. It's a network organization bringing together all the stakeholders within the industry. It's very important to be part of that network because it brings a lot of knowledge and a lot of connections. Startup Bootcamp helped us last year, accelerating and bringing the team together. And very recently, and that will be published or let's say announced later in the second or the first half of July, we will most probably graduate from an accelerated program focused on emerging fund managers with a large focus on the Gulf states, which most probably, hopefully, will allow us also to make some steps towards, I would say, more institutional funding and make it possible for our company to do the first 3 or 4 pilots we have in our pipeline. We have the first opportunity launching in later this month. That's the Andorra project. And but obviously we have also a lot of other projects already waiting for tokenization to happen. And so yeah, we are very I would say very positive and very bullish on our plan, on our mission. We feel that what we are doing with Portio it's more than just real estate tokenization. It's also creating an impact. It's bringing a solution to an important problem that is really affecting the different demographics, and that's why the whole team, together as myself, we are really really fueled every day with a lot of energy because we feel that we are doing something good, bringing together old industry real estate with new technologies, and I think that's bringing both together and being able to match them is can create nice opportunities, nice value offerings, and that's what we hope to achieve with Portio. That's it from my side, and I'm really hoping to answer some of your questions now.
Wow, thank you, Pascal. Yes, what you're doing is amazing, and in terms of ESGs, I think it's invaluable. I've got a small question from my side. Well, tokenization sounds great, really, but how do you handle real-world evictions? For example, if a co-owner stops paying, is there an on-chain foreclosure process, or do you still need to go to the courts, etc.?
So, how the model works is basically people who are who become co-owners. They are first of all they are also a renter. Yeah? So they are paying their monthly rent. And obviously when a person stops paying his rent, there are procedures to follow. It depends on the jurisdiction you're working in. I mean, the way you have to deal with non-paying tenants is very different in Belgium as in the UK or in any other country. So these rules, these laws also apply for our model. At the end of the day, when someone is no longer paying his bills, at one moment, it will somehow lead to him being no longer allowed to use the property, which will then also reflect in at a certain moment, unfortunately, potentially losing his claims or his rights on the tokens he has built up. So there's nothing really more. It's nothing different than in a real world situation where a tenant is no longer paying. Tokenizing, it doesn't really change, or it doesn't change, and it also doesn't solve that problem.
All right, thank you. I've got It's very exciting. Sorry, I've got many more questions, but I'll let our audience take their chance as well. The questions will be projected on the live.
The cheapest home. We are now, the first project we are doing is a tokenization of a really unbelievable nice project, co-living, co-working in a rural part of Spain. It's even Andorra. It's in the middle of the nature. It's a large project. And what we are doing is, it's large in the sense that it has 75 beds capacity and I think 60 co-working places. We are tokenizing only a certain percentage, a certain part of the complete value. In that project specifically, we are tokenizing 500,000 of a complete asset value of 3 million. So it's 16%, 1/6 of the total value. We are tokenizing, let's say, this 16% stake as a start. This is the first project we will be tokenizing. That's I would say, our launch project. Obviously, the ambition from our side is to grow in the numbers. We have to do it step by step. If you consider that a tokenized bed, if you want, typically costs around $200,000. If you want to have like a building with roughly 25 to 30 capacity of 25 to 30 people, 25, 30 beds, the asset value will be between 6 and 7 million USD, and 25 to 30 to capacity towards 50. That is also the sweet spot, what we think is for us a nice niche to operate in. If it gets smaller, it can be a challenge from the I would say from the just from the economics. Potentially the profitability will not work. You need a certain minimum size to make things happen financially, and we feel that 25, 30 is like a nice threshold to not go below. And if you go high over the 60s, 70s, then the whole community aspect becomes more challenging. So we feel that 25 to 70 is like is a sweet spot. And so we are talking about our target is to tokenize, I would say, properties between 5 and 10 million USD. The reality is, on that question, question is why tokenization is not focusing more on rural projects rather than urban projects. The reality is that the interest in terms of numbers, the number of people that are really interested in living in co-living, share living projects, it's just much higher in urban centers, urban areas. Additionally, when you're going into more rural areas, it's very likely that it's going to be quite difficult to have their properties with a large footprint. And as I just mentioned in the answering the former question, you need a certain size to make things work from a financial point of view. So that is why I think you see in the market indeed that there is a lot of focus on bigger cities, on urban areas, urban centers. And to be honest, red tape, I think also, well, at least in Europe, red tape is applicable in urban cities and urban centers as well as in the smaller villages. Unfortunately, legal rules are not, let's say, depending on the areas they are they are or the areas you are developing your asset in. At the end of the day, most of the legal framework is applicable for the complete territory, so it doesn't really change if you are in a developing in a city or in an urban area. And I think it's just about the demand for urban cities and urban environment is just higher, and the economics work better in an urban environment rather than in a rural one. That's a good question in terms of how we see people transitioning from co-living to a different, let's say, way of living. Question is, to which extent co-living is a temporary phase for Gen Zers? Yes, it is. When you look at the demographics, who is using co-living? It's typically between 22 and 35. People going out of university or high school, but still want to have that community around them. So they move from student housing to co-living. Obviously, when there is I would say, family growing, when kids when kids come to join the family, the whole environment of co-living is much more challenging because these projects are not, I would say, primarily focused on families with kids. That's just a given. So what you typically see is that between, let's say, from out of 35, there is indeed a dropout of that category of age, and so co-living is indeed a solution for Gen Zers, but it won't be the solution for Gen Zers who got over the 40s. However, there is one remark I want to give about that. That is, what you then see is that between 40 and 60, most probably people will use, I would say, more classic individual ways of living. But then from out of 60 years old, there is again more a need of community. You can call it community. It's maybe a less positive of way of mentioning it is just the fear of loneliness, which hits typically also the elder generation. And that is why you see now already senior co-living gaining traction as well, mainly in Europe. It's a way of hybrid living where people are still get their private areas, but they have already much more amenities and spaces in the building used for shared purpose. And a lot of these projects then also have a first line of medical aid, and that's a sub-segment of co-living that is also gaining traction step by step now. And I think there will be other sub-niches of the movement that will pop up. There was a very interesting project until recently in France that was focused on co-living for single mother with kids. Very focused, very niche. So those type of projects will continue to arise. But to answer the question, for Gen Zers today, yes, it is a temporary way of living, which most probably they will leave after 10 or 15 years.
All right. Thank you so much, Pascal. I wish the greatest luck and success to all of your next upcoming projects. If there's any way we could contribute to them, please reach out to our community. The blockchain professionals will be ready to help. And thank you for that visionary look of yours. And it was a very important session for us. We've learned how blockchain can turn housing from a solitary struggle into a shared opportunity. Truly groundbreaking. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you really for having us. Thank you for giving us the opportunity, and be happy to engage further with the community. Thanks.
Thank you. And up next, we shift from homes to minds. We have Victor Tsatryan with his talk, How Blockchain Changed the Face of Education. Don't miss this one. We'll be right back. All right, guys. Now, if you're curious about how blockchain technology can transform education and create new learning opportunities, this session is designed for you. Please join me in welcoming Viktor Tsatryan, who will share insights on how blockchain changes the face of education. What an exciting title.
Hi, Farouk. Hi, everyone. Thanks for invitation. Oh, I see my presentation already here. So let's start. The topic of my presentation today is how blockchain may change the face of education. And I will speak about idea which lay behind the School 3 educational platform. Let's have another slide. Should I do it? Farouk? Okay, I figured out how to do it. So I have to start from self-presentation because it's tightly connected with the topic of my today's speech. I'm a teacher and headmaster and methodologist and so on, with about 17 years of experience in education. And I was led several projects in EdTech and in offline education. And my main project is democratic school, actually 4 democratic schools I founded between 16th and 22nd years. And actually, I I opened for myself blockchain as a technology, as a modern phenomenon, only previous year. Before that, I thought that blockchain is something connected only with cryptocurrencies, and usual people, ordinary people, for them there's no need to know anything about. So I will explain how blockchain can change the face of education. But firstly, I need to explain what democratic schools are, because my experience that I get in democratic schools is connected with idea I want to present today. So, imagine schools with no boundaries. It may be in several buildings. It may be in several cities. It may be online and offline both. School where any person who wants can participate. This school gives school-age students traditional education, may give this traditional education. They may learn subjects from school curricula, but also the students may do things, projects, any projects, any things, whatever they want, whatever they need to do, what they think it's important for them. Also, students and adults, organizers, teachers, parents are equal in this system. They all may take part in decision making. They all create rules of school. They have access to manage the school. The managing of such school was through different committees, financial committee, and so on. And when last year when I when I knew about blockchain, I found out that the system, actually the system of Web3 is very similar to system of democratic schools. And after that, I found an idea of such a platform based on Web3, based on blockchain. This platform, it may be one platform or several services. They may solve different problems with which today's education face. First question is, how relevant is education today? We have outdated content in our lessons, in our curricula. We have outmoded teaching methods. I mean, vertical methods from ministry, say, tell headmaster what to do, headmaster administration of the school, tell teachers what to do, teachers tell students what to do, and everyone, even those people who sit in ministries, are in passive roles. Actually, they can make decisions, but in very tight boundaries. So the main question here is a disconnection between educational system and changing world, decentralized world, where everyone lives in such social bubbles, and school create another bubble, which may doesn't connect with our bubbles at all. The second problem is how accessible is education. Not a secret for anyone that we have many people, actually 250 million people, according to UNESCO data, that of school age, that have no access to normal education. But 75% of Americans say that they cannot afford themselves higher education. This problem is actual, and but when we speak about accessibility of an education, we may mention another gaps. First of all, it's infrastructural gaps, because the majority of schools are ruled by government, ruled by states. So government and states dictates us what and how to learn and to teach. And besides, over 50% of people, despite the variations of the school, existing of Montessori school, Waldorf school, democratic schools, homeschooling, unschooling, and other forms, they choose this 50% choose the school near their house. So I see many people that know nothing about different forms of education. They think that the only path of education is the school path, from kindergarten to the middle to the school, and then to the university. So we face with informational gap and limited awareness of people. Even in countries where homeschooling is legal, less than 1% of people use this form, except USA and Israel. Next question is, how effective are centralized education models in decentralized world? These models are rigid, slow to adapt. These models doesn't reflect real knowledge use. And we know, I've already said, yeah, these models, centralized education, where a teacher gives information and students only takes this information, doesn't work in a world with AI, with search systems, and so on. And school, instead of using these tools, trying to avoid them, trying to prohibit them. So, and the fourth question I want to ask today is, who is satisfied with the current educational system? Are students satisfied? No, they have lack of choice, and usually they can't decide anything connected with their educational path. Are teachers satisfied? No, they have lack of autonomy, and they usually teachers. I have a question. I will answer in the end of my presentation. No, teachers also don't satisfied. Institutions, I'm speaking about educational organizations, also have limits. Small projects have they stay invisible. We can't find if you want to organize innovative project in education. I give you 98% that your customer won't see you because of big players in this market. Adult learners also, they are underserved, and parents have limited options despite of, as I said, multiple options. They can't we all have different options, how to speak at all, in general. But in my situation as a parent, do I have multiple options? Maybe I may give my children to through 2 or 3 schools, 2 or 3 classes, and so on near me. So can we fix educational system by some one tool or one service? I think that no. We need a new architecture of learning, new approach, and blockchain gives us that opportunity to change the face of education, to give to an education and to participants of the educational processes those things they haven't now: ownership, variability, autonomy, transparency, decentralization. So let's imagine when you imagine, I say word school, and you imagine some picture. What is it? I think it's ordinary school, which has monopoly by the state, rigid hierarchy, or ministry to principal, and so on. I told before. Passive roles of all participants. Formal teaching regardless of individual needs. Many schools try to individualize educational process, but they face with many problems because they can't jump over the system, and no real alternative, no real alternatives. It's the first generation of schooling. It's the generation of schooling which were actual maybe in the middle of 20th century. The second generation of schooling, maybe it's the generation which actual now. More players in educational space, online schools, different authors, methodologies, and so on. Alternative formats. Parents, teachers, and administrations of schools take part in. They are more active. Parents may create their own schools. Parents may, in some countries, about 60 countries, parents may take home their children. But in this system, the traditional classroom model still popular, and students still can't decide. Majority of the systems, students can't decide what they need to do, can't choose their educational path. So finally, I want to speak about third generation of schooling: decentralized, transparent, participant governed, modular, adaptive, combined Web3, AI, and offline activities. How blockchain can transform education. As I said, education becomes transparent. All actors, all actions, feedback, records, all fixed in blockchain. Credentials, achievements are stored as NFTs. You can see an activity of your potential contra-agent, teacher, student, mentor, I don't know, everyone. Education becomes accessible. I imagine a boy in Belize, Benin, or Philippines that have no access to normal education. He came to this decentralized system, decentralized platform. He earned tokens for his activity, or for because or he creates courses based on his expertise, and he earned tokens for this. And after that, he spent these tokens to education he need. Education becomes individualized because me, you, anyone can decide what should we do, should you do, or should me do. What should I learn? What should I teach? What should I know? And okay, education becomes continuous. in one platform, in one place. You can choose many variants and many languages. You can choose different courses, earn NFT certificate, and maybe find employer who will see your NFT certificate and say, "Oh, that's great man or woman with right qualification for my goals." And it's self-sustaining, self-growth token economy, because of participants of this system are interested in growth of this system, are interested in enlarging of quantity of number of participants, number of materials, courses, projects inside this platform. So I'll move to the finish, and the last part of my presentation is several services that may be created based on Web3 and blockchain, maybe in mixed combination combining of Web2 and Web3. First is it's transparent system, transparent profiles of people, of participant of the system, and this users, participants register via KYC. They register via blockchain, and they go through KYC authentication, and they get crypto wallets. And through this system, anyone may check the activity of these participants. So my education, my learning process, or my teaching process, my educational communication with other people becomes public, part of my public identity. Another service is decentralized marketplace of educational content. Anyone, teachers, mentors, educational organizations, tutors, other educators, and even students may publish different materials, for example, through IPFS system, and they can earn tokens for these materials. If they, for example, stake these tokens, and these tokens will rise, so they can earn for their intellectual materials. Next part is P2P discovery of learners and educations. This is P2P system which looks very similar to P2P systems in crypto exchanges, but instead of tokens and fiat monies, you exchange knowledge, or your knowledge, your expertise. Teacher may public an order. I may prepare you for Arabic exam, for example, or students may open an order. I want to prepare. I want to teach quantum mechanics. So and the other side can answer this order, and they will connect it. Will be connected, and one side will give tokens to another after, and the other one get them. So I already said NFT-based certification. Maybe it's first thing that came to mind when we talk about blockchain and education, because it's very useful to have all your certificates, all your achievements in blockchain. Anyone, any organization, any another participant of a platform, or anyone, any man can take a look to your profile and see all certificates you have and all qualifications you have, and they're real. You can't make fake NFT certificate. Of course, this system should be governed through DAO, and anyone who have tokens on his or her wallet, anyone who is active on platform may take part in the votings, may propose some make some propositions of of making the platform, the system better. And the other tool is educational projects on chain. If anyone may create projects, mini DAO in the whole ecosystem. So these projects may be different. Some students wanted to explore any topic. Cool physics teachers decided to make school of physics, and so on and so on. So I imagine this big, not one service, but big decentralized platform, which governed by every participant, organization, teacher, student, parent, anyone who cares about education, cares about self-growing, self-development. And me and my colleagues started to develop such system, and we are looking for the people who wants to take part in this adventure. So I'm sorry that a lack of time remains, and I see we have multiple questions for how could we, what could we do?
You can see them on the live. Can you read them?
Yeah, I read from the top. Onton has a strong presence in Asia and Middle East. What cultural insights help?
My apologies. Sorry to interrupt. They should be projected right on the screen of your presentation. Can you see the one from Mimtaz?
No, I can't.
Okay.
How to do it?
Let me remove the slides.
Okay.
Maybe now you can see them.
I see them. I read them from
the four last
the right
questions
of my screen.
belonging to you. Or
Sorry.
let Sasha help us in this case. Give me a sec.
Okay.
Hi, Victor, and hi, everyone.
Sasha.
I can read the questions.
Okay.
When learners co-create structure, how do you prevent chaos or knowledge gaps in core subjects like math literacy?
Mm-hmm. When learners co-create structure, firstly, creating such system, we need to be sure that that this system will be safe for all participants. So we need to maybe using AI. It would be simpler to create. We need to verify materials and verify also projects when they publish. And I think there should be P2P system when one participants may check the materials published by another, and there we need to project. We need this. Of course, this system need to be projected. I'm sorry for a long answer. We need to make a system of verification where every participant can see, okay, these materials are highly, I don't know, have high marks, and I trust them, or I might trust this author of materials.
Are you
And
proposing some sort of the reputational system? Are you proposing sort of reputational system?
Yes, it's sort of reputational.
So verifiers with the reputation.
Yes.
So like Wikipedia with the verifiers, and with the good history, verifier gets higher in the grade, reputation is stored on chain, which means that are you going to pay verifiers?
To what?
What is the motivation? What is the motivation to get a high reputation?
Of course, every action, every significant action in this platform should be paid.
Okay. Then it's clear, and we are proceeding to the next question. And the next question is really interesting. While elves are putting that on the screen, I can read it. Public schools control 80% of education. Can blockchain truly decentralize this? Or will it just create a parallel system for the privileged few?
I think it's a bad way to create parallel system of privileged. We have many mistakes. We had many mistakes on this way. I believe that public schools and private schools may become partners of this system, and I think that this percent, about 80%, will be from year to year will be become less and less. So.
I understand. I think the last question, which we can like time-wise take, is if we personalize learning completely, how do we maintain shared cultural knowledge, like history, civics?
I don't think I don't see here any controversial.
Well, I think the person who is asking that, thinking about how crowd will come to the common ground. like if the various people will, like, or
Okay.
students will
Okay.
study various parts of the history or something, it's difficult to test, it's difficult to compare, and at the end, cultural background would be totally different.
I think initially we will have actually anyone want to pass exams and get school certificate, which he or she can use entering the university. So we will. We can't be disconnected with traditional forms of education and traditional certificates. And the majority of NFT certificates, I think, will be based on first, I don't know, 20, 30 years will be based on traditional curricula. But I think we had no common ground now. We had no equal cultural knowledge even now. I think what is
Well,
decentralized?
there are syllables.
Hmm?
Well, if we're speaking about international programs, for example, for GCSE, for IB, there are public syllabus, and
Yes.
they are well known, and
Yes.
and that's the common ground. I mean, everybody knows what like the certain age should know on math, because like on math of the higher level or standard level or extended math, and that's like all the teachers know, everyone knows. And that's kind of a common ground. I think where for history, it's even like it's more complicated because every school chooses topics out of the set, but still the set is kind of the same. As I understand your answer, you're trying to tell public that the tests and exams and the overall certifications, like now there are those certifying boards, and that will combine common knowledge, which will enforce the common core set of the knowledge, and the rest would be on top. That's how I understood your answer.
I believe that we may have partnership with IB systems and other systems, and the people may earn these certificates through NFT. They may get NFT certificates and the usual ones.
Thank you, Victor. Very insightful, very interesting topic. Thank you very much. And guys, we are switching to our next speaker, and it's also about learning and AI. We are inviting to the stage our longtime friend and the creator of the Near Learn Club, Sasha BakSht. Sasha is our frequent speaker. He was with us, I think, more than 2 years, and we do hope that he will stay with us longer. And Sasha merges his background in AI and blockchain to build tools for open, verifiable, and user-controlled learning experiences. And he is going to speak about private and verifiable AI for learning. Sasha, are you with us?
Hello, hello. Pleasure to be. Can you hear me well? Right?
Yes,
All
yes,
good?
we can
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
you well. I will disappear, not to disturb the public, but I'm staying here. And at the end, I will ask our elves to show us the questions and we'll help you with the questions. Please, the stage is yours.
Awesome. Cool. Let me try to share my presentation first. Okay. Present. Now I share the screen. Present. Share the screen.
Should be working. If you share your screen, our little elves should put that into the stream and it should be shown. Let me ask our technicians.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I can see it.
Perfect.
All right. Okay. It's my pleasure to be here with you guys, and it is especially my pleasure to have a chance to share with you my recent achievements and plans and stuff which is happening at the intersection of AI and learning. I will be talking about private and verifiable AI for learning. And first of all, I want to introduce myself for those who do not know me. I'm Sasha BakSht. I've been in online learning since 1998. I've been working in blockchain since 2017, and my entire life was passionate about learning. And with AI entering to the stage of such kind of combined learning, AI and blockchain. So here we go, right? So let's see what does this mean a trio. As most of all know, AI has entered our life very fast, and we already have noticed some major, I would call it even fundamental issues with the AI. Like imagine, like you probably know that you can even call AI and ask questions directly, like over the phone line. But after all, like, do you have an idea whom I'm talking to, like, at all, right? It's like sometimes it sounds like a random guys, you know, equipped with random knowledge, but the tone, how he or she replies to our questions is so appealing, like you just trust it, right? And which is kind of nice, right? But like when you're talking to a black box, this trust is can be harmful in some ways. Like imagine yourself like being okay, not imagine yourself, like just imagine somebody at the 80s, right, or at the 70s, and they're living by themselves alone, right, like aged and lonely people, and they apparently like they want to talk from time to time to anyone. And this is what scammers, phone scammers and email scammers be using in the world, right? They just call like old people and ask, you know what, like blah, 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 send money here, send money there. AI can be even more dangerous in this regard if it's not responsible. But this is about the one generation of people, and let's see how it is going with other generations, which are more promising generation. I mean, our kids, most of the time ourselves as well. I entered to the learning like the day before yesterday, right? It's not something like calculators that took, I guess, like some 20, 30 years to appear at the schools, right? Where kids can use them. And still, you know, like I personally still believe that you better can calculate some, can jungle some numbers by yourself in mind, right, without calculator, but it's okay. AI is even more what should I call it, more disruptive, right? Because like you just ask question, like whatever question, like the complexity of question does not matter, right? Does not matter, right? Most likely the AI will reply to your question in a way that he was learned or he was instructed to reply. And like you, if you already adult, right, like semi-adult, and you realize yourself, like you can understand the answer, you can verify the answer, and you can you have your own critical thinking skills and stuff already developed, not just in development, and you can verify is the answer is good or not, right? But imagine like young kids, right? Like 5 years old, like 10 years old, like they have no idea, right? And they just they just trust the AI and they just apply the knowledge that they get from AI just as the truth. And moreover, forget about truth. Just imagine how AI already works at school. I have high school students at home, and this is what she tells me. Like 100% of the students use AI, and 100% of the teachers use AI. So how does the process look nowadays? Like one AI kind of writes an essay at home, and there is another AI that kind of grades this essay at school or teacher's home, and we kind of pretend that there is knowledge gain process happening, but it's not, right? What is happening, it is like the teacher and board of education and minister of education and all the organizational educational structure get paid, and in some countries they get paid very well, but learners get nothing. All right, instead they get illusion of learning and they get illusion of knowledge, and this is bring our future into the risk, right? Imagine those all the people talking to fake AI, and at the same time they have no no workers to cover their pensions because the workers are stupid, right? They learned some stuff with AI, right, without actually learning anything. So the picture itself is pretty depressive. But there is an answer for a problem, or at least like we can try a possible solution to address the problem. Like, and indeed, if we create a context which is comfortable for learners themselves, which works for educators themselves, which works for us as parents as well too. And deploy AI as a helper, we can actually get better results. As you can see, like some schools in Texas, they score like top percent in the country once they adopted AI tutors in their programs and stuff. So the answer for the ugly situations that we are facing at schools nowadays is verifiable and private personalized AI tutors, which are accessible and which are great if you happen to make them great. And all of us know that great teachers are very, very rare. And it's lucky if you're lucky and you got some, right? Some great teachers at your school, at your university. You probably remember them for the entire life. You're grateful to their efforts and to their belief in you. So let's try to make those great mentors available for those who want to learn with them. So responsible AI can help learners, and the one important note on that, and crucial note, I must amplify is like mindset matters, right? Like if you are deeply involved in the AI industry, you can see like there are a lot of source. Like we are cool, right? The AGI is coming, everyone is going towards their jobs and stuff. Like, yeah, okay, like, but like we still have to, at least we have to try to to fix the stuff where it is fixable, right? And some jobs will be eliminated, some jobs, new jobs will be created with AI and stuff. But those folks, like our kids, right? We have to figure out how to help them learn more efficiently with period. And as I said, I'm a founder of Learn Co-op, and I'm particularly working on near blockchain because, like in my belief, near is the best blockchain for AI interaction, because near is scalable. They have sharding. It means like parallel scalable, and it has human readable accounts, which is cool too. We can just, we are able just separate like .human and .robots, so we are well aware who is who. And also near is has affordable transaction stuff. So like, and co-founders of near, one of co-founders of near, Ilya Sukin, he actually is one of the creators of GPT technology, one of the authors of white page. So I think near is the best fit for the blockchain for AI. Cool. So let's see what do I mean by verifiable AI. As I said, Near is a blockchain for AI, and recently Near also launched the initiative Near.ai, which is, and we have their dev hub in alpha version still, but still, where you can deploy your own agents, and where you can use open sourced models and open source agents, and all the infrastructure you actually need to make AI verifiable. Like, as you can see, like this particular like NFT belongs to the Near account that actually deployed and continues to maintain our open source agent. Moreover, like there are already some prototypes built by other teams, and that one actually pays our agent in Near. Like, when you have Near account, it's not just a tool to identify the source of the source code and the owner. In Web3, you can also instantly send value to this account, right? So, like this particular use case, the orchestration platform refers users to ask our Learn AI, and if the user finds the help of AI useful, the system sends some Near tokens. The good thing about it, you don't need to create your own token, right? Which is a pain. Okay, so as I said, verifiable AI is not just about agents, where you can check the source code of the agents, the system prompt, the prompt of the agents, the stop words, and all the stuff. If you want, you can fork it and tweak it. It's also helps you to verify which particular model the agent use, which is important too. So some people will tend to use like open source models from North America, like Llama by Facebook, or some people want to use some other stuff like Quen or other, like, depends. So you can do it, right? It's like a constructor. You can easily switch the model, no worries. And one interesting thing that we happened to notice while we were working on Learn AI project, on near AI infrastructure, that the prompt itself matters a lot, like stop words and stuff, of course, matters a lot. But garbage in, garbage out, you know, as they said, like without private knowledge base, which is tweaked, which is maintained up to date by the domain experts, that AI is pretty stupid, you know, like it throws to you like generic answers with almost zero value. So that's why we are using our private knowledge base, or RAG, they call it, retrieval augmented generation system, and that one comes from our partner Xtrace, and it is encrypted, and yeah, so everything stays private in there. And another side effect would be of having private knowledge base, you can monetize it, right? Cool. Let's go next. So this is a very simple functional scheme of how we envision learn AI. You can see human beings, like an expert, learner who gives feedback for the AI help, AI itself, knowledge bases, agents, charts, and so on. All right, and now I want to draw your attention that this is the things that I'm talking about, like 90% are not ideas or assumptions. Those are prototypes or in prod, right? And we already use them to help learners to learn more about Near protocol and Near ecosystem and about Web3 in general. And the Learn AI has been already used by thousands of users, and some found it helpful, some did not like it, but we are gradually improving. And let me share with you what is already works in prod. So the very first and obvious use case is ask or chat, right? Like if you don't know where to start, the agent gives you an option, surprise me, right? And then agent gives you the random funny or useful fact about Near protocol or and Near ecosystem projects. So like it's kind of, you know, engaging thing. As I said before, like the agent without well-maintained knowledge base is barely useful. So our agent goes to the LNC Learning Club private knowledge base and search for information there to get a better context to user question, and then the model process the context and prepare a legit answer to the users. And this process is interactive too, right? And we call this learn, like with the L in bracket method for a reason. Everyone is supposed to learn something, right? Or to learn, but better if together. So our AI is learning from our users' feedback. Our users are learning from AI, and both of them are earning our internal points when they behave well and when they're useful. There is always a possibility for farmers to abuse the system, but you know, like with AI tools, it becomes more and more tough to play this system, because we can use other Web3 tools, right, with decreasing user score, I would say. So they eventually they will pay more rather than they will earn if they do not behave well. Next, another super cool thing, which is also illustrates how AI can be harmful, how AI can be useful in the learning process. Like back in few years ago, we used to have a LNC translators group, people who were earning near tokens to helping us to translate learning materials in other languages like Vietnamese, Chinese, Russian, Portuguese, Spanish, especially. But not anymore, right? Big language models became very powerful in terms of translation and stuff. So like there is no need to on the dark side, right? There is no need to employ those people, but on the positive side, right? We don't have to maintain learning materials in several languages because AI can translate them on the fly. So like this option, like summarize, you can get the summary of the learning article in a few seconds in your own language. Very handful. All right. Another thing is creating quiz on the fly. You can choose easy or advanced, which is also cool, right? Because imagine you have an article and you have to update it. Once you update it, probably part of your quizzes got outdated as well, and another extra work, no more. And this is kind of first new steps to creating completely new learning management system as we know them. Super excited about it. Well, one more feature which is questionable, and we still haven't decided yet. So shall we continue it or not? It doesn't bring more value or more harm to Learning Club itself and to your learners. Is helping people to comment the topics that they like. From the one part, it's very important. And it's very important activity in cognitive process. On another part, right, the content is getting spammed, not spammed, but getting augmented by synthetics data. So like you have to figure it out. But still, you know, like for non-English speakers, this is kind of a lifesaver, right? They can like write a comment like this and tweak them if they don't like it. But they pay for this, right? In our points. So next, those are the pros. And if the comment is legit, they can also get tipped by other learners, right? Or on tip. So this is a cool mechanism of balancing bad and good players in our club. So this is what we have in prod, and let's see what we have in our plans. So like some could call it dreams, but like yeah, we have all the tools and we have dedication to make those dreams real. So we have them in plans. By the end of the year, we plan to have full Steam multi-agent tutor, which kind of like super useful for onboarding. Like the guy comes to our website and asks, what, like I want to know smart contracts. I want to learn smart contracts, and not to develop, but like to get like better understanding how they're different from other chains and so on. Just teach me, like and then agent tutor. It starts with learn AI, and then it can go to near docs agent and ask questions like which are technically deeper than most of the time we have at our website, and so on. Yeah, so like multi-agent user. As we have already started, like the on-the-fly learning materials generation, we already have quizzes. And with more advanced models, we will gradually add some more like diagrams, images, and videos. So like basically all what you need is to maintain LLM-friendly learning materials, and models will do the rest, right? So like you updated learning materials in text, right? Like Markdown, and the models can regenerate diagrams, images, and videos according to this very personal person, taking into account his background and stuff. Okay. Another stuff which is work in progress, not by us, but by Near.ai and other teams. It's verifiable, trusted execution environments for models, agents, and knowledge bases. It's like very complicated and tricky stuff, but as far as I know, the progress is being made there, and people are super smart there, and people are super energetic, because, like, you know, right? Yeah, it's going to rule this world if we do not take actions that are required. And next step is into the real world. My personal plan is to introduce Learn AI to real worldwide WordPress community. There are a lot of content creators, like publishers, authors, personal training courses and stuff like that live, and like real people, you know, who make real buck helping others. Okay, and to finalize my Sumbur presentation, I want you guys to memorize this stuff, right? If like in casual conversation, like when people say like yeah, like people like our age, right? Maybe younger, maybe older, like yeah, like I don't care, right? Something which is not important. I usually use this method, right? I explain them how AI can affect and already affects their kids or their grandkids or their future kids, right? Like if we look at this diagram, and imagine yourself, you are a parent, right? And you want to verify, and you want this AI be responsible, and you want to verify which AI your teacher actually uses, and you want to verify what are the settings there, so you are confident that your kid is being taught by verifiable AI, verifiable teacher, and verifiable and private environment. So this is the only way where we can make AI working together with us, and making us working for AI and AI working for us. Thank you so much, and looking forward to answering your question if you have any.
There are a lot of questions, Sasha. So we
No,
will try to
no
cover
way.
just. Yes,
No
yes,
way.
there are a lot of questions.
I
And
should
apparently, the
stood before.
educational topic touches the hearts of our listeners, because we never had so many questions on any other topic. Then we have a question from Malika. It says, "Greetings. Do you think which subjects are more suitable and easy to implement for AI as a teacher?"
Yeah, I actually can read the questions. It does not
Don't steal
matter.
my job.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay, I'm just
Yeah.
just like
Yeah.
it does not matter, I guess. Like it does not matter. Like as I said, garbage in, garbage out, right? Like as yeah, apparently, like as long as we have that well maintained knowledge base, that the participants of the learning process are all aligned, we are good.
Okay.
Yeah, but
So,
like
so you don't see the difference between for math, history. Well, I guess with languages, it's well for me. Languages looks easier than more controversial topics like history or biology.
like listen, like I've been learning English for a while, right? Like, and kind of same same subject, right? But very, very different approaches. Like, and all of them actually, all of them started like from the that knowledge base, right? If you have that textbook and you follow it, it's kind of, it's kind of, probably we will change the approach that for learning process, right? But from my perspective, right, this is where it starts, right? It's better from start from the beginning, and then decide where to go. Apparently, some subjects are like more deterministic, like math, right? But even math evolves. Like okay, I will put it this way: the trickiest subjects to learn with AI or without AI, those that are very fluid. Like sometimes it's history, right?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. That's we all have in mind.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
and the public
sometimes
too.
sometimes it's something else. So, but generally speaking, like
But
yeah.
are you sure? Because when we're looking like what AI is good in, giving something fluid, blah blah blah, and history is about that. But AI is not very good, for example, counting fingers, and I'm worried how it's going to teach math, because apparently, my experience that the AI can count very badly.
Yeah, but like the again, like the if like in technology we used to think that things move faster, right? In blockchain tech we used to think that things move faster. Like listen, AI like is 10x faster than blockchain. I mean, like the improving of technology and stuff. So even now, like if you get paid subscription to Open AI and try like O3 model, like, and ask it like, listen, like, explain me logarithms and stuff, right? Help me to understand. Like, it works very well. Like, it evolves super fast, and I'm not worried about that part. I'm worried about the beginning part, the knowledge base, and how we can verify it.
Thanks. Next question from Anna. And that's the interesting question, Sasha. Do you know if near ecosystem supports projects in education? Probably there are some grants, special programs, or any ecosystem products specifically designed for education.
This is not a question for me, actually, right, Yubi, but I refer to Near Foundation. And if anyone has any ideas and stuff, to talk, please get in touch with me, and let's see if I can help anyhow from personally from myself or from Learn Near Club, right? Because like all those like grants and special programs, this is complicated thing to discuss, right? And this is not the purpose of my of my of my appearance here, right? Let's get in touch and
Okay.
see if we can do anything. Yeah.
Okay. Then let's look. And then like Sasha doesn't know, Anna, and we will look to the another, and we have Orhan, who is asking, have you tested this with real educators? Do they care about Zika proofs or just outcome?
Like with real educators, I think I'm a real educator myself.
So tested with yourself.
Yeah.
So how does it work?
I think
with the head of the educator.
Yeah,
I
think
satisfied?
also the projects from near ecosystems, educators themselves too, because they want actually to tell people what their project's about and what their features and why it matters for everyone. And it works like, yes, we are still it's work in progress, right? We are still in the trenches trying to make it more efficient, and like don't forget the fact that we compete not against Khan Academy or other. We compete against Netflix, YouTube, and other attention grabbers. The more time they spend on learning a club, the less time they spend on YouTube, which is already good, right? Or TikTok.
Yes.
For the privacy is not a big issue for now. because like, okay, like if you learn near protocol, like there is no personal information, nothing crucial, and the case, I don't think the case is the way to go, like to be used in learning, in making learning more comfortable and more private. It's not secret learning, right? It's like private learning. So like, and I think trusted execution environment is the way promising way to address this issue, where the like possible model and your knowledge base and agent are hosted in the closed environment, where which is reachable only by participants of the actually learning ecosystem, right? Like learning club, right? Like we have like educators, AIs, like robots, and we have students. We don't have parents here, no papa, no mama at learning club. But this is the way. This is the way to go, I guess. And we on this way, and hopefully in a few months we'll introduce you how it works. Yeah.
I have a feeling that you started to answer the next question. We will see that on a screen. And the next question is, can Zika proof realistically handle the computational overhead of the modern LLMs? Or are we limited to the small scale models?
I'm not privacy expert by any means, but again, like as far as I understood, like the case by themselves, they like kind of nice tech, right? Very expensive, very slow, and to be fair, it evolves very slowly, right? We are talking about the case for a while already, like more than 5 years, right? And we don't have anything feasible in production yet.
We're still very expensive, yeah.
Exactly, like it just does not make sense, right? And T is kind of, and T is like, I don't know, it's like from engineering perspective, the simpler the better, right? And trusted execution, it's easier to make a closed environment than to encrypt and decrypt everything on the fly.
Yes, but yeah, look into the merge, which we were waiting for how many years? How many years it was promised? So the same with Zika proofs. I hope that in some future that will come, like all the mathematical and crypto algorithms will come to the cheap solution.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, like okay, like I'm pretty pragmatical guy, right? Like, 'cause again, like if it's not the product, I
Not
don't
now.
care.
Yes. Not now. Next question. And that's somebody who is asking probably the second time, because it says, again, please, how do you prevent a Sybil attack where bad actors poison the model with fake private data?
I have a general approach to this, right? And it's not it's not about AI and learning, just like general thing, like we have captures, right? And everything, like, and captures, like it's kind of cat and mice game, right? Like we create more complicated captures, and bad players create more complicated algorithms to solve those captures, and so like it's like the game, right? And both parties, like both sides, spend money on this. And I suggested the radical solution, right? Like it, and we have prototyping product we call it NCapture, where you use your account to log in or to sign into any projects, whatever website, does not matter, right? Like if you want to interact with data, if you want to submit some data or you want to edit some data, you have to pay a fraction of NIR, like 0.001 cent, right, of NIR. Just like you just pay it, right? Like if you behave well, your in capture score kind of it stays flat, right? There is no increase. But if you start like cyber attacking whatever, like contract form or in the insurance submission form or anything or API calls, right? You encapture scrolls goes like this, like, and next call you pay 1 year, the next call you pay 2 years, the next call you pay 8 years. You wanna spam, right? Let's get
It's
rich.
going to be paid civil attack and very expensive one.
Yeah, exactly, exponential. So and people like listen, and this particular case that we did test with real people, right? People don't like it. Like they okay, and they paid 1 year to farm some near tokens, right? But like next time they had to pay 8 year, and they came to support and they say like listen, why is this? Like, listen, you're a farmer. Yes, I'm a farmer. Like, this is how don't farm. Learn your crop is not a place for farmers, right? There are other places. This is not okay, and never again. So people don't like that exponential growth of the expense for, because like literally like this is the math, right? You gain less than you spend, period, no interest.
Well, that's the interesting algorithm. I think a lot of educators and need to learn from that. There are a lot of people who are publishing content and working with the contributors. Sasha, we have more questions that we can consume. So last question, and the rest will stay in YouTube. It would be, if you will decide to answer that, please feel free to comment on our YouTube channel. But the last question is, what will happen to intellectual property in education if AI-based techniques becomes mainstream? Could it make education more affordable in the future?
I don't like the word education itself, right? Education is about Ministry of Education, schools, universities.
Yes, that's what
Yeah.
a lot of people are thinking about the cost of education like this. Schools, you know how much we are paying for all those GCC content or IB books or like revision books. Like I have 3 kids. I know how much I'm paying for their education.
The learning itself has already become free, right? It's free in terms of learning materials. You can find a lot. You might be not getting credentials, like official credentials, like IB certificate or anything, right? But you can learn a lot by yourself. Intellectual property is a tricky question, right? Like when I talk to MBA graduates, like today's, right, and 100% of them believe that steal is good. This is how business work. You have to steal, otherwise you are a fraud, you know. And nobody cares about intellectual property from business perspective. And with Learn project, with Learn method, we are trying to address it in a Web3 way, right? Like as the author or contributor to this particular knowledge base, right? You get royalties for its usage, right? Usage, and you get some portion of the knowledge base revenue to be shared among the contributors. But yeah, this is tricky. This is tricky. Yeah, tricky. I don't know. We'll figure it out one way or another, right? But like
I think, yeah, the price we will see, and what will happen.
Yeah,
I don't think that it's possible to stop this process. Yeah.
Absolutely, and absolutely, and again, like the idea is, after all, to make the world play net positive sum game, right? And if with encaption that verifiable learning activities and other activities on chain, right? Not that everything is transparent, right? But but something has to be verifiable. We may tweak that approach, still is not good, right? We have to create value to make money, not just extract value from nowhere. And this is what Web3 is actually addressing. So we'll see. But generally speaking, the short question of like education is free already. You can learn in Harvard, no worries, right? You will not get. I wouldn't recommend though, but you won't get the connections and stuff, right? Networking, if you go in Harvard, like in real world, but again, like it's not about learning, right? Like whatever, like okay, Harvard, okay. They're trying to find the job like for 6 months too, right? The recent graduates from Harvard, so yeah.
Okay, the interesting, I think, yeah, Sasha, many thanks
My
for
pleasure.
being our speaker for like several years. Many thanks for bringing us such a controversial and interesting topics and provoking those discussions. I hope we will stay close by and we will hear from you more and we will see you next year. Thank you. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Bye bye. And guys, that was the last presentation of our conference. Unfortunately, all good things come to its end. And I'm here now to close our conference. I will just speak a little bit about how it was, a short outlook to what we had these amazing 5 days. Yes, that's my presentation. And basically, guys, last week we had the daily YouTube streams with 6 or even more presentations each day. So far, we had 1,200 registrations and already 1,900 of viewers. We had an amazing legal panel. If you didn't join that and haven't seen that, please watch that in the recordings. It was remarkable, and our community is thinking now about regular legal panels. If we would be able to persuade experts, we are hoping to do quarterly the similar panel and to devote one of our brown bag sessions in a quarter for the legal discussion. In total, we had 28 talks, and I do have feeling that it was the biggest amount of talks in a course of our conferences, if we will look at the past. We had 33 speakers, and we had participants out of 50 countries. I do hope that my presentation is moving because I cannot see that. No, it's not. And I'm trying to understand why. Give me a sec. That doesn't work like this. Jesus. Yes, that was the numbers. And yeah, that's the outlook on the first day. We were discussing foundation innovation topics. On a second day, we were speaking about the money revolution, and here we had the wonderful talks about the stable coins, about DeFi products, so about central bank digital currency. Then we had third day where we were speaking about the security, privacy, and governance. And on this day, we had the legal panel. Yesterday was building a scaling day with a lot of materials for the developers and for the QA engineers. And today we were speaking about the future and about innovative topics, and we are calling that future frontiers. Well, that's our agenda. And as you can see, each day we had a lot of speakers, and this was the first 3 days. And yeah, that's about our legal panel and our experts, which were Eva Wong, Ilya Rilakovich, Natalia Mamot, and Nika Demchuk. Please watch the recording. We will publish separate pictures within 2 weeks. Currently, you can see all our recordings as a day recording, and so you will have to navigate within a day if you are looking for the particular presentation. But within 2 weeks, we will cut that on pieces, and you would be able to find that in our YouTube channel. Last 2 days are a lot of materials too. And as you can see, 2 last pitches were devoted to education. And basically, our partners and our sponsors, as usual, this conference is run by blockchain professionals community with the help of the community day organizations and our say media partners is a business analyst community and CoinGabber. And with that, I would say we are closing the conference, but we are continue to work as a community. And our community goal, actually, and the whole meaning of all our activities is connect people who work in blockchain space, particularly bridge the gap between enterprises and crypto community. Because the crypto community and the guys who are building core solutions and building networks or building the projects in the networks, mainly startups or mid-sizes, their technology advance. They are also, those are the future frontiers who are coming up with the ideas, with the technical implementation. And enterprises, those are the companies who can pave our mass adoption. And obviously, these two parts of the world should come together, should speak together, should effectively and efficiently work together. And that's what our community is trying to facilitate. So join the community, stay with us. We have a lot of community activities. And as usual, we will come back in a year with the same 5 days of the great content. So we are closing one conference and we are almost immediately starting to prepare another one. And as usual, guys, we will open the call for speakers somewhere in February. So if you are dreaming about presenting with us, watch our channels and apply. And as usual, most likely, we don't have the confirmed date. We will come live one more time in next June, in June 2026. We are looking forward to that. So we are seeing you. Bye for now and see you next year. Bye bye. That was Sasha BakSht, the leader of Blockchain Professionals Community.